Alrighty, ahoy everybody, how's it going? I hope everyone is doing well. Yeah, I wanted to stream. I haven't been streaming in a couple days now. I've been really tired and busy and stuff, but here we are. Here we are. And boy, there's a lot of insanity going on in the world, and we'll touch on, at the very least, some of it. We won't get to all of it, but yeah, there's a lot of crazy. A lot of crazy. And yeah, we'll do some stuff with Silas. Maybe not tonight. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, Silas is still doing the so normal day. Yeah, Silas is still doing the once a week thing. So we'll try to do something next Friday if we don't have time today. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to chill and yap. You know how it is sometimes. And a lot of people have been cooking. We still need to do the promised community react too. I need to get a final list together. There's a lot of cool stuff out there to check out. Another day in the crazy. Oh, and by the way, speaking of, we have a new shoe on head, so we've got to do the obligatory contractual shoe on head react too. Should be dang fun. Dang, that Carmelo Anthony one was still absolutely brutal. Speaking of Silas, we did that one while hanging out with Silas, and that was rough, man. That was one of the legendary crash outs there, too. Let's see, what order do we want to do things in? Let's just warm up with, like I said, we've been enjoying the gun stuff. Brandon Herrera's got a new video too. Just watch Shoe, it's pretty wild. Oh no, oh no. But yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah. So let's do this. Heck yeah. Ahoy. I've been enjoying the gun stuff, and this one looks pretty interesting. I hope it's not clickbait. We'll see how it goes. Is it actually like a automatic light machine gun? Because machine gun, like belt fed's one thing. That's cool. How can it be civilian legal while we still have the NRA? So let's go ahead and see.
Belt feds are based.
Ooh.
I told you we don't have to do that every time. Stop that. Unfortunately, most civilians aren't able to own a belt fed, at least not one in the configuration that God intended.
Yes.
There have been some things that came out on the American market, like the semi-auto 249 saws and things like that,
Yep,
but
like I said,
they're usually looking well over
semi-auto.
$10,000
Yeah.
or something like that.
Which you can almost get a transferable with that if you can find. Well, actually, you can get a junky transferable for less than that. I think it's nothing I've looked at, but I've seen like screenshots of like I think you can sometimes get them for like 7K, although that's I think extremely low, which is fucking stupid. Give us back our machine guns, government, or we'll take them. Oh man, no, I did not, Yes, that sounds. Oh my god, like I said, there's just way too much crazy stuff going on in the world. Like it seems like especially like things have always been crazy, but this week has been nuts with all the stuff coming out.
There was something slightly more affordable, and in the age of FRTs, actually, I mean, legally not full auto.
Okay.
But damn close.
Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen.
I figured it must be. This is still cool. Let's see what he got. And he said affordable, so that's a good sign. But yes, not. This is fully semi-automatic.
Gentlemen, today we're going to be talking about the Lima 6, affectionately nicknamed by our crew the Ligma.
Okay, I'm listening. Yeah. Fully semi-automatic. Yep. I love the gun puns. Dude, the gun community is frickin' based. I like guns. I wouldn't necessarily consider myself part of the gun community. I'm not necessarily knowledgeable enough for that, but like I love all the jokes that catch on. But yeah, as for the abortion thing, I might have to check that out. And speaking of the Lindsay Clancy thing, we'll at least be touching on that a little bit. I need to find a better source for long form yapping, but I saw Dankula was talking about it a little, so we'll check out Dankula's take on it because that's always fun. Sorry. Okay. Okay. You only know what you picked up from watching Ember. You have to survive a duel at noon to join the community. All right. I mean, I'm down. Dude.
It's fucking neat.
Oh, yes. Belt fed is based. This is hecka based, man. That's insane.
Rate of fire is adjustable by the gun whenever it decides to. Just a reminder, this is a semi-automatic weapon. Life
Finds a way.
This is an M249 SAW. It is a squad automatic weapon made by FN, largely known for its role in GWOT and also Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare.
Yes.
Whether or not you like the SAW is either dependent on what kind of movies you watched,
Or if you've ever used one, I bet is where this is going.
or if you were in the military,
Yeah.
how good your armor was at replacing springs. Either way, in its full auto configuration like this one is, this firearm is illegal for the average civilian to own.
Boo! Not according to the Constitution.
Thank New Jersey Democrat Congressman William Hughes. But if you're a firearm enthusiast and you've been wanting to scratch the full auto itch,
There is another.
you see, this little bastard is what's known as an FRT, or a forced reset trigger. You see, back in my day, I just said that unironically. Good God.
Well, he is trying to become a Congress critter, so that kind of fits. Maybe that's why Congress is so geriatric. It actually ages you just even trying to get in. What is a weapon worthy of a militia? Weapons of war. 4 hours and the armor still won't take it? Yeah.
I'm getting old. When I first got into the firearm
Hey, Kev.
space, if we wanted
Hey,
to try to
Kura.
replicate full auto without the help of a drill press, Felmany, you do shit like bump fire, where you just like slide your thumb through your belt loop and like push
Yeah,
the gun
Blade,
forward,
thank
and
you for the raid.
that makes
How's
the
it
gun
going?
shoot super quick and super inaccurately. Then later on, you were hot shit if you had a slide fire stock. I mean, the bump stock was just like that was the peak of, man, we're really circumventing the machine gun rule. Because according to firearm law in the United States, a machine gun, or full auto, is defined as a weapon that fires more than one
doing
round
well as
per
well, just
manipulation
getting
of the
started.
trigger. So if you hold the trigger down and it's only pulled once and it continues to fire, that's a machine gun. But if the trigger then resets, as in like it has to be let off, the disconnector lets go of the hammer, and then another manipulation of the trigger occurs, then that is not a full auto weapon. Which is why the slide fire stocks, which counted on the bouncing of the weapon to then have to re-pull the trigger every time the weapon was fired, was not considered a machine gun.
I love
They were,
that.
however, really fucking clunky, not very accurate. Frankly, they
Mike.
kind of looked like shit. I mean, it was hot shit back in the day for bumpkins like me who didn't have access to full autos of any kind. But now there's an alternative. You might remember from our video on the MP5 SD.
Yeah, I saw Ocno popped up playing that. I didn't know if he was streaming it or not, but dude, why does he do that to himself? I mean, content, I guess. Oh, let's go.
That we did force reset triggers, which are just triggers that, again, force the reset of the trigger, so you have to physically pull it again, but allows you to do so fairly fast, according to the ATF and according to American firearm law, are completely legal semi-automatic weapons. Which is why
Jealous
we
of the
now
gun
can
war?
have
Hell yeah.
things like this.
Yo, dog, I heard you like Tac Pack. So I'm gonna open my Tac Pack with a knife I got from a Tac Pack. Try not to slice my hand open on camera. Tac Pack is the ultimate monthly box subscription company where you can get stuff like tactical swag, CMC drop-in triggers, that's actually really nice, Gerber knives, AR-15 handguards, tourniquets, AR-15 parts, and more. The standard Tac Pack costs $59.95 and typically has a value of $90 to $120. The Tac Pack Plus costs about $139.95 shipped, and this month will be worth over $240. Plus, if you use the code AKGUY, you get a free tactical gift with your Tac Pack. So if you sign up with that code, it brings the total value up to over $300. You can check out Tac Pack using the links in the description and in the pinned comment. We appreciate them being a sponsor. This is not a threat. And of course, as always, we'd like to thank SDI, the Sonoran Desert Institute. If you ever wanted to get your start in gunsmithing and weapons technology and you really don't know where to look, consider checking out sdi.edu using the links down in the description and in the pinned comment.
This is a belt-fed AR-15 upper with what could be a standard AR-15 lower, like you could just shove any sort of standard AR lower on this and be perfectly fine. But this one's actually dedicated for the use of a belt-fed upper because it can accept things like the nutsack. Yes, that's what they're called. I didn't make up the term. But this is the Lima 6 upper, converting what would be the standard AR-15 lower, which is considered the firearm, into, I mean, a belt-fed. It's also worth noting that this is not the first belt-fed upper. In fact, it's very far from it. Pretty much since the invention of the AR-15 with Armalite, they were trying to figure out, how do we make this belt-fed? Kind of like, you know, the Stoner. It's almost like Eugene had a passion for belt-feds. Based. It was attempted by a few other people over the years, the Dutch, and then eventually by Colt, who experimented with it for about 20 years or so before abandoning it entirely. There have been a handful of companies that have done this commercially beforehand. Ares, Fightlight. This isn't necessarily a new concept, is what I'm getting.
I wonder why they had trouble
with Lima
with
6,
getting
they're
it
actually
working.
relatively affordable. You know, where competitors on the market in the past have been upwards of $5,000 just for the upper, the Lima 6 is advertised at just over $3,000. And just to be clear, I have no working relationship with Lima 6.
Is that just
I
the
paid
upper
for this
or the full
upper.
game?
I just thought the concept was so cool. It was about time we talked about it, especially since, you know, we've been having so many wins against the NFA lately. I just wanted to continue to just throw nails into that coffin. And until it's fully repealed, show you guys the ways that you can perform malicious compliance. You might remember
I love malicious compliance. Malicious compliance is the best kind of compliance. Oh, it's so good. Dude, I've said before, but I love all the funky, like, that's the only good thing to come out of all these stupid gun laws is all the silly and hilarious ways that companies will try to get around it. Like the bump stock, like the force reset triggers. I also like the interesting guns that come out of it. Like there are some that aren't even guns, like black powder, I think, is not even a gun. That's not really a workaround, although I guess when you're making a modern one, it is. So there are even, I think there are black powder revolvers even, so you can get revolvers that aren't even guns. Well, not even firearms. The Shockwave is basically a sawed-off shotgun, but because I forget how they do it, because it doesn't have a stock or pistol grip or something, it's not classified as a shotgun. Then there's the pistol braces, obviously, and all the breeds of AR and other pistols, like AR pistols, are interesting. So yeah, there's all kinds of things, and it's fascinating and hilarious.
Club, basically where you can pay a subscription every month to get a bunch of cool shit, guns, accessories, all sorts of things for dealer pricing. Super big fan of those guys. They brought me onto the company. I was ecstatic about it. I found out that they actually carry these. So immediately we picked one up, started playing with it. This is a factory upper. So all this was how it came out of the packaging with the addition of course the bipod and the EOTech and all that, with a Hydra lower. So one thing of noting, the Hydra lower, in our experience, does have a non-mil-spec trigger pocket. So we RMA'd it at first, and then we got it back, and then we had to machine the shit out of it to be able to fit an FRT. The FRT we have in this one is a Cornfire Arsenal Mark, M-A-R-C. Again, not sponsored, purchased full price. EOTech, because I'm gay for those, they're just fucking hot. But clearly I've bored you with far too many details right.
Is that's way doing all right? How are you? Everything is illegal in California. Yeah, unfortunately, those aren't as. Thus is not a sawed-off shotgun. No, because sawed-off shotgun is just a more accurate description would be short barrel shotgun, and I forget why Shockwave does not count as a short barrel shotgun. So yeah, no, you don't have to actually cut off the sawed-off shotgun does not actually mean anything. It's not a legal distinction. It's just a shotgun that has too short of a barrel, legally speaking, which is a stupid thing right there. And yeah, California, the malicious compliance in California isn't fun. It's funny that they're still trying to get around it, but California is so no freedom zone that the guns coming out of there are just kind of lame. Like the stupid fins they have to put on the AR to lock down it so it's not a pistol grip. And no, it's lame. Pistol grip firearm legally.
Right out the gate. So I think it's time for a.
Your cars are dumb too. Oh,
So
this is
today
gonna be
we're going to
good.
be doing our echelon penetration test, and since we've got a belt fed, I figure why just one delicious orange
exactly.
cream echelon when we could have a whole squad of echelon. You know, for suppression. Suppression. We're gonna shoot them. I mean, in a combat setting, like the purpose of a light machine gun or a squad automatic weapon, like a belt fed like that, would be to be keeping heads down. You know, suppression. I can't think of a better way to keep someone's head down than emptying the contents of it. Echelon squad suppression in 3, 2, 1.
Rather
Fuck it,
small
we got it.
targets for a heck yeah.
I mean, why not? Why not? Actually, that should be the theme of this whole fucking video. Why not?
What
So
you
being
want?
as unbiased as
belt-
I can be, what
You want
are
a belt fed as your ringtone? I could see that getting you in trouble in certain situations.
the pros? For one, it does fit on a standard AR-15 lower. So if you already have an AR-15 lower, I mean, this should.
Oh, is it? I bet the. Why is my mic picking up everything? Is the audio alright? Like, I'm just looking at the meters and it's looking a little weird. Let me know if there's any weirdness.
Just theoretically drop right on. A lot of design decisions I really like. One of the things that I love, in
Eric,
fact,
I'm
is
doing
that
well.
this is 100% made in the United States.
Oh, nice.
And that's not just one of those
Okay,
shitty,
nice.
you know, American manufacturers pull this shit off all the time, and it drives me crazy. Where like a ton of the work is done overseas in fucking Korea or something like that. and they
Assembled in
bring it over,
America.
They do the finishing work in the United States, and they say, oh, it's American made, 100% American made. Bullshit. Fuck you, you're liars. According to everything I've seen, the Lima 6 is 100% American made down to the fucking pins. It's not only
really good.
manufactured in the United States, but again, the pins, the springs, even down to the raw materials are made in the United States or sourced from the United States. The amount of firearm manufacturers here that can say that is a shorter list than you would like it to be, believe me. So right out the gate, before we start on anything else, I think they get bonus points for that. There's also a lot of clever shit going on, like for example, the button that allows you to release the top cover here. This right here is just a standard AR-15 magazine release. So it just drops in there, then you can then, you know, flip up your top cover. I don't know, I'm a sucker for little shit like that. I think that's cool. You might notice some similarities. Drop that out. That is the mechanism under the top cover of the M249. And that is some borrowed homework. Basically, the Germans just perfected everything when they made the MG42, and everybody since then has just been copying that. Basically, everybody copied the Germans on the MG42. The Americans, the Belgians, the Germans. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And certainly they did not, because a lot of these parts are just straight up interchangeable or from the M249 saw, which I think is, you know, it's a great idea. Again, if it ain't broke. Now, this is the part of the video I'm gonna get shit on for. There's a lot of shit I don't like on this gun, and I will say not a lot of it is Lima 6's fault. For one, you see this little nub here? That right there is actually what rides in this track
Okay.
and advances the belts and actually makes the gun work. On the 249 saw, we have the exact same thing, except it is spring-loaded, meaning you can actually close the gun with it forward. This is not spring-loaded, meaning that you cannot close the gun unless this is back, which wouldn't be the end of the world, except it's not an open bolt. So it's just a pain in the ass.
That's
It's just a
super
minor
silly.
inconvenience, really. It's just kind of fucking annoying. It's not necessarily bad design, it's just they're limited by the constraints of having to use a standard AR-15 lower. You're having to shrink a lot of shit down, and you have a lot of constraints you otherwise wouldn't if you were trying to design something from the ground up. It does have an adjustable gas block. That, spoiler alert, we filmed this part of it after I was on the range burning through hundreds and hundreds of rounds with it. We cooked it. This has like no retention left to it. This gas block is completely fried. We did kind of do an impromptu torture test with it in some ways, where we left it out in the hot Texas sun and then just burned it down with several 100-round belts. But still, I mean, this is supposed to be filling the role of a light machine gun, and that was definitely not, that was suboptimal. 249 Saw has a feed tray here that comes up so you can clear the weapon and clear the malfunctions, which is super convenient, which on the Lima, this does not really come out, so.
Yep.
Makes clearing a theoretical malfunction kind of difficult. The other thing is that they say in the manual you need a 200-round break-in period. Pretty much anytime something needs a break-in period, a firearm needs a break-in period, I'm immediately suspicious. Basically, my mind just goes to, what did you fuck up to need the gun to work itself in to be able to function? And the other thing I will say is this gun gets extraordinarily hot. So I noticed that the metal charging handle that's tethered directly to the bolt gets fucking scorching if you run this thing, to the point where you will burn the shit out of yourself, which I did several times while filming this video. Oh, that was a bad idea. Stupid. Also, as you may have noticed throughout the video, whenever I'm putting through long belts in this thing, the rate of fire shifts, and I have no fucking clue why. It'll go like decent rate of fire, then go super fast, then go back to slow, then go back to fast. It does it like 20, 30 rounds at a time. It's really sporadic. I am not changing my trigger pressure on that. We are using the same ammunition. We had multiple people who work on firearms on the range that day, and none of us even have a fucking theory. So if you got any ideas, let me know down in the comments, because I really just want to know. And I'll reiterate, a lot of these complaints are either imposed by the ATF, we'll get to that in a second, or having to fit on a standard AR-15 lower, which just really limits what you're able to do. You're not able to be quite as creative in solving some of these problems. But I mean, given the task at hand, with my experience on the Lima 6, for whatever it was, this gun ran. And it ran like a high schooler fleeing a DUI. So now we're gonna do it, I almost did it. I almost fucking did it. That would have been medium well. So now we're gonna see if we can replicate something that I was worried about with this particular design. Let's see what happens when this thing gets a little too hot.
Damn, though. So yeah, like, is it perfect? Sounds like no. Is it very cool that we're getting close to a belt-fed LMG for civilian use? Yes.
Yeah, there you go. She is cooking. Ah, there it was. That was a cook-off. You notice my finger is nowhere near the trigger right
shit.
now. Cooking. Ah, there it was. That was a cook-off. You notice my finger is nowhere near the trigger right now.
Uh-oh.
You can hear the gun is just hissing. There's another one.
Damn.
What's happening right now is that the barrel temperature has reached a point where it is absolutely, it's cooked. Like, it is just, it's so hot that's actually reached a temperature that the round, by just being in that hot chamber, can actually go off on its own just from the heat of the barrel itself. That is why most belt feds that you'll see, pretty much all real military belt feds, will have an open bolt. So it'll be an open bolt mechanism, which keeps, even when you're running cyclic and you're running, you know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of rounds through your machine gun, it's still not going to cook off, or at least, you know, theoretically not going to cook off, because the rounds are not actually in the chamber itself. And so that's, you know, a pretty good safety mechanism, really. But unfortunately, the ATF has made a lot of super gay rules over the years. And one of those rules is that you cannot, as a civilian, own an open bolt weapon, even if it's semi-automatic.
Wait.
So a lot of those old conversions on like MAC-10s and stuff like that, they couldn't be open bolt. It's one of the reasons why
I
it's
didn't even know that one. That's crazy.
a pain in the ass.
It's probably because it's, I'd imagine that it's due to how that's an easy way to manufacture a machine gun, but that's kind of stupid considering you've already manufactured a machine gun at that point. Like, You love how the regulations actually make it more unsafe. Morons making laws. Yeah. Like I don't I'm having trouble understanding why because I guess I shouldn't be so confused. It can just be described as it's redundant. Like that it might be that simple. Like they already like it could have just happened in different orders. Like maybe they made open bolt illegal before they made machine guns illegal. I don't know, but it sounds really freaking stupid.
If you were a civilian that was trying to build like a semi-auto PPSH-41 or, Sten or something like that. Because the guns were built to be open bolt. That's how the guns work. So you have to do a bunch of extra shit to it just to be able to make it function. It's a stupid rule. It's antiquated. I hope they get rid of it. Any of our friends at the ATF or DOJ,
But
I hope they get rid of it.
yeah, Tonto. Yes, supposedly because it's easier to convert an open bolt to full auto. Yes, but converting to full auto is already illegal. So that's what I'm talking about redundancy. What if it's only fully open bolt? All right, that just hurts the brain.
Because it's not an actual law. It's literally just a ruling that a determination that the ATF has made.
Ruling.
All right, so I'm going to cut me off for a second and actually myself. The ATF technically, to my understanding, hasn't made it illegal to do a semi-automatic open bolt. But what they have done is made several rulings in the past where they said that if you make a semi-auto open bolt weapon, then that would be too readily convertible or
there we go.
into a machine gun. So while they, again, to my knowledge, haven't done a ruling saying that you...
Again, machine guns are already illegal. It's so stupid. It's plenty easy to convert closed bolt, forward bolt ones to machine guns too in some cases. Oh my god.
Can't because just the act of being open bolt is then a machine gun. They basically, anytime anybody's tried to do it, they've said it's too readily convertible and
That's so stupid.
One
Just
of the
don't
many
convert it.
dealing with the ATF is like dealing with a bipolar fucking grizzly bear, but whatever. Anyway, I'm done.
A bipolar bear?
So at this point, it's now a matter of safety because what you don't want is situations like this where the gun is constrained by having to be closed bolt to be civilian legal. And with this sort of rate of fire and this ability to feed this much ammunition, it actually makes it dangerous. You're making guns less safe. I'm gonna unload this now. Actually, I'm gonna fire the one round in there. There we go. Now I'm gonna open the bolt there.
It's an open bolt.
I'm gonna try not to burn the shit out of my hands.
There's the fire rate again.
Man, this gun is so fucking hot. And like not in a necessarily it was cool way, but it's physically fucking hot. Like I can't touch anything on this that isn't plastic. But ladies and gentlemen, the Ligma 6. I just thought about it. Ligma 6 that's even funnier. Ligma what? Ligma 6. Anyhow, this is really like actually pretty cool. This isn't the first time somebody's tried something like this, but this one is kind of all the rage right now. And honestly, nowadays with the FRTs being very, very commonplace, it really revolutionizes what you can do as a civilian. So yeah, shouts out FTC for being based enough to carry these. Shouts out you guys for being based enough to watch and follow along.
Yeah.
Shouts out Drive Tanks for being cool enough to host us. Shouts out to Cookies for being delicious and apparently expensive.
I'll bring some cookies.
Shouts out to Cookies.
Okay. $700 in cookies. Okay. Use donor funds to buy cookies. Oh, let's go, Brandon, indeed.
Cookies for being delicious and apparently expensive.
I'll bring some cookies.
And with that, I'm gonna get out of this hot Texas August sun, get into some air conditioning because I just stopped sweating, and that's not good. Anyhow, guys, I appreciate you for watching all the way to the end, and as always, I will see you in the next video. Thanks. Desperately trying not to let this touch any part of my body. Shut up, cat!
I feel that.
Shut up!
I feel that
Headphones later, sorry.
so much. All right. Thanks for watching. Peace. Oh, like, comment, and subscribe, all that stuff. Thanks. Peace. Oh, man. Whoopsies. Dude, that's cool, though. All right, do we go right on to the next stuff? I think so. All right, I did want to check out some Dankula. We've got some of the plagiarism stuff, but I don't think I really want to look at that right now. We might later. What? We could just watch some of the shorter fun stuff. We got racism. There we go with Lindsay Clancy. We might save that one for last. Ooh, offensive memes. Defending use of N-word. All right. Let's do the two racisms, and then then we'll do the Lindsay Clancy thing. All right, catch you later, Penny. Are we not subscribed here on this channel? There we go. Hey, Renegade, doing well. How are you? Ahoy! Racist broke into BBC Scotland to demand interview. Let's see.
Racist broke into BBC Scotland studios to demand interview about migrants. Well, okay, I was at the Crystal Palace, which is just up the road for the studio. I'd had a few, right? And I was just feeling chatty, right? Whatever, just don't fucking judge me, right? Okay, I had about 8 pints in me, and I was in the. I just basically thought the world wanted to hear my opinion on immigration, but anyway,
They
Joe
do,
Goodwin,
they do.
42, shouted that Nigel Farage will throw you all out.
No, he won't.
and
Nigel
threatened a
Farage
staff
won't do
member
shit.
with a pen. A racist broke into the BBC Scotland studios to demand an interview.
Oh!
About
All right. I thought this was his title, but that's how they're doing it. That's just annoying. Okay, let's see if he is racist or not, because this is who's reporting on this anyway? STV News, whatever the heck that is.
migrants. Joe Goodwin also made threats and hurled offensive remarks to staff at Glasgow's Pacific Quay on August 31st last year. Goodwin shouted as part of his tirade, "Nigel Farage will throw you all out." I mean, if only.
Yeah, I was
Goodwin
gonna say,
pleaded
I
guilty
wish.
at Glasgow Sheriff Court to two, which is also just down the road, to 2 charges of behaving in a threatening or abusive manner, which are aggravated.
Just 98,872. I'm sure there's more.
By prejudice related to race, colour,
Black powder.
nationality, or ethnic or national
Let's go.
origins. The court heard how Goodwin turned up at the studios demanding that he be interviewed about.
Wait. Oh no, Goodwin, please. Sorry, I was distracted by chat, so we're going back over what he just said. But yeah, Goodwin pleaded guilty at Glasgow Sheriff Court to 2 charges of behaving in a threatening or abusive manner. Don't threaten people. Abusive is highly subjective. Don't abuse people either, but we're talking like verbally here. Or actually, no, he did threaten someone with a pen too or something, so whatever. But yeah, and then which are aggravated by prejudice related to race, color, nationality, or ethnic or national origins. No, now see, we just wandered off into gay land right there. No, we ain't doing that. You're getting called a slur.
Migrants in the area. He shouted, swore, and banged on the windows and doors. Goodwin stated, "They're all pedos."
No. Because you're talking plea deal. I think it's the opposite. I think pleaded is actually correct, and because I've heard. So yeah, the grammarian. It may piss off the grammarians, but the opposite pisses off the lawyers, I believe, because I've heard them rant about that too. I believe it is pleaded because you're taking a plea deal. I think pled is incorrect in that one actually, but I could be wrong. He was extra mean while doing it. Hey Dutch, how's it going?
It is the BBC, but anyway, he went on to stare at a receptionist through the door and made a sexual gesture with his hand. Another staff member tried to engage with Goodwin and told him that they are unable to interview him.
They should have. It's free content. Just do it. What's the problem here?
Goodwin replied, "I want an interview with someone, you fucking immigrant." Nigel Farage is going to throw you all out, you fucking rapist, tearing the country apart.
He might have his wires a little crossed, but kind of based. Is he correct? No, maybe. I don't know. I don't think 100% correct though, but this is great.
Goodwin went on to force the lock on the door, which allowed him to enter the building. While doing so, he shouted, "See all you Pakistani scumbags, lassies are not safe in your country. I have not done anything wrong. I just want an interview." See, when you were just sort of saying stuff, then it was all totally fine, but then you did kind of break and enter on a property that you were told to leave, so yeah, there is a crime there. As for the whole, we've decided to make the crime so much more severe because he said it about XYZ protected groups who have privilege.
Oh, come on. A racist, quote unquote racist. That's what they're calling him. So yeah, a racist shows up ranting and raving, wanting to be interviewed. Obviously, you interview him.
To the law, like, no, all of that stuff's bullshit. But the breaking and entering part, like, yeah, he broke the law. Goodwin continued to demand an interview while the police were contacted. Officers attended and found an irate Goodwin sitting at the reception area drinking a cup of water. He shouted, "I just want a fucking interview for all these fucking migrants in our country. They're all rapists and I'm not going anywhere until I get my interview." Goodwin then swiped a cup of water, which made contact with police officers. Ah, there you go, assaulting an officer as well, even though pretty basic, but they love throwing that on there. Goodwin was restrained and put into a cell van where he kicked and punched out. Kicked and punched out? What, out of the cell van? I mean, how fucking strong is this guy? But he went on to make sexual comments about a female officer and one of their nieces. Goodwin also made homophobic remarks. Sentence was deferred pending background reports until next month by Sheriff Vincent Lunny. He said the custodial threshold has been passed. This is in the upper end of such behaviour at summary level. It is among the worst I have heard for offensive language in terms of racial comments and to the police. Goodwin of the city's Porso, there it is, was granted bail. And there you go. Now, basically, even though way back in the day, if you had a good few babies in you and you kind of kicked off like this, you would get taken down to the drunk tank and told to calm down. Maybe catch a little charge for the breaking and entering. Right? That's the way it was back in the good old days.
I don't know if he hit.
Now,
I don't know if he hit any of the police
anything
officers.
about the people who have privilege, just call them what it is. They have special laws protecting just them. Where, see if they do an offence to you and you do the exact same offence to them, your sentence is going to be so much more severe because they have privilege when it comes to the law. Right? So basically, this guy, he is probably going to go to jail. Even though back in the day, you would have just been the drunk tank, couple of wee charges, maybe a little fine. But now, because it's against the government's precious little lapdogs, then he's most likely going to be going to prison.
And he's presumably white.
Don't know, man. I would have kind of want to see that interview.
Right? All right. Thanks for watching. Like, comment, and subscribe. All that. Peace. That was fun. I like Dankula. Let's do another. We got another racism one. Ahoy! We're back with more racism. Let's go.
Scottish Tory peer Nigel Biggar pens essay.
Wait, sorry, Nigel who?
Ending use.
Is Penn's essay defending use of N-word? Is it because it rhymes with his name? Like that's a whole essay right there. It's just like I think people should be able to say that because if I accidentally mispronounce my own name or something, or if someone else does, it's very inconvenient for all involved. So yes, we must re-embrace the use of the N-word.
Of N-word. Man after my own heart. Let me format your bloody websites. Hold on. Stupid. Nigel Biggar, a priest and theology academic who was given a seat in the House of Lords.
A priest and theology academic. Let's go. And Vlad, that's tempting, but that's not what I'm doing right now. But have fun. Have fun being drunk off your ass. This is amazing.
Stupid. Nigel Biggar, a priest and theology academic who was given a seat in the House of Lords by Tory leader Kenny Badenoch in 2025. That must be awkward. Argued in a blog post that it is stupidly unjust for people to be punished for using the N-word if they did not mean it in a racist way.
Yes, yes. I mean, again, I think it's stupid outside of very extreme context to be punished legally for using it even in a racist way. But, dude, using it in a non-racist way is like insane, and you can do that. Like, it's literally, I can't do it because I'm live on platforms that don't like that sort of thing, but when you're talking about the word, everyone knows what it is. You should be able to say it too. I like that bit. Was that Louis C.K. or something like that? It had the bit on that. I could be getting the bits confused, but it's basically saying that saying the N-word instead of the actual word is cowardice because you're making everyone else say it in their mind instead. And there is some truth to that. It's just like everyone, that's the weird thing. Everyone knows what the N-word is. If you're just talking about it, you should be able to talk about the word and say the word. It's just I hate the oversensitivity, and again the racial disparity, because obviously black people can say it. There are certain settings where it's not professional, obviously, but even then they can get away with it to some extent. Like, speaking of being on platforms here, they can say it on this platform. I'm not sure about the hard R, but I'd imagine so. But definitely the other version. And if you're not black, you have to be real damn careful with all of those. And that's just stupid. That's just stupid. I don't like words that only some people can say.
Spectator, the right-wing magazine run by former Tory Minister Michael Gove, republished Bigger's blog post, but used a version that had been edited to remove his repeated use of the N-word. Bigger, who as a peer is termed Lord Bigger of Castle Douglas, had originally said, "You may, in certain circumstances, utter the word N-word." Innocently,
Yes.
added.
Yes. Yes, and there have been teachers that have gotten in trouble for saying it in that setting where they're talking about the word. There have been teachers who've gotten in trouble for reading old literature with it in it. Like, no, if the word shows up in something you're reading and it's being read out loud, you say the word. It's so annoying. Don't ban words of any kind. Let the "you got punched out for being dumb" consequences fly. Unfortunately, that doesn't always work due to a certain subset of people with extremely low impulse control and a fucked legal system that often believes that you were actually justified in getting punched out or murdered just because you said a no-no word. Like, and again, the context doesn't even have to be malicious. Like, okay, getting up in someone's faces and calling them any sort of insult or whatever is putting you in danger, but but a guy can dream. Yeah. But yeah, getting up in anyone's face, you're risking getting punched out. All right, Night Vlad. Don't get banned again. Again, I wasn't me. I was never banned. I lost access to my accounts due to some password weirdness. But yes, no, we're back. We're back and rolling, and we will try not to get in any trouble.
After taking issue with an editor preventing him from using the word Chinaman, he went on, I mean, that one's fine. If they're men from China, then it's fine to call them Chinamen. It's fine. Like, people call us Scots. I got a video completely demonetized on YouTube because I used the word Japs.
I'm glad. Okay, since he said it, I will as well. I've always thought that Jap as a slur is very silly. I get the context that it was used that way back in the day or whatever, but it's literally just a shortening of Japanese. Like, there are some really freaking dumb slurs, and I was going to bring it up if he wasn't. Yeah. Chinaman, man from China. Again, outdated. Like, it's not super in common use anymore. But yeah, and then Jap as a slur is has always struck me as pretty damn silly. And there's another one for Pakistanis that I think is treated a little bit more harshly. So just in case, I'm not going to say that one. But it's also just a shortening of their name, and people have gotten in trouble in cucked countries like the UK, I think, for using that. Like, I think people were actually at least threatened legally, may have even gone to jail for shortening the word Pakistani. I hate it.
It's an abbreviation. I don't care
Thanks,
about
Vlad.
people using the word Scots.
Yeah.
And when I even argued with the YouTube rep over it, and I went, all right, here's a bunch of videos where people use the word Scots, you're going to demonetize them, and he ended the chat because he knew he was wrong. The problem is whenever you're talking to a person at YouTube, you're most likely talking to some fucking idiot lefty. He went on, frankly, my contextual view of verbal meaning extends even to the N-word taboo. Anticipating the...
This is great. I was hoping for more racism. Like, this is just actually reasonable discussion about the use of the word, that word, and yeah, and I so far I agree completely. Slurs should be used far more often. Everyone has become too sensitive, and it's performative sensitivity often as well.
Dishonest twisting of what I am about to say, let me state clearly and loudly so that no one in good faith can doubt it, that I object thoroughly to the racist use of the word N-word to disparage people with non-white skins. That is always and everywhere morally wrong. What if it's in self-defense?
Self-defense N-wording? All right, let's hear him out. Self-defense N-wording. I mean, what? Like, if they call you slurs, that doesn't work because there's no slur you can call white people that'll actually upset us. Yeah, I don't know. And as for it being morally wrong, it's still just a word. Like, I don't condone racism, but I'm not sure I'd go so far as to say it'd be morally wrong. Like, I mean, I guess, considering I wouldn't do it, like there obviously is a taboo there, and for good reason. Like, you don't go around calling people that, but I don't know, morally just sounds a little weird. Like, whatever. Like, you could go around calling someone that. It's not nice. I'm not sure I'd say it's immoral. I don't know. Whatever. Like you said, people need to toughen up.
What if I have to call a guy that in self-defense? What if it's in a song and I'm in the car and I'm all alone and I'm singing along to the song?
No, I've not been offended by Mayo Monkey.
What if the world was totally going to be blown up in 5 minutes unless I said it?
Yeah. To
Right.
a black
Just
person,
saying.
yeah.
Nonetheless, I was appalled
Catch
years
later.
ago when I read of a woman high up in some British organisation, a nursing one I think, being sacked just for referring explicitly to the original title of Agatha Christie's 1939 detective novel, 10 Little N-Words. I have a copy of that. And I've read of similar cases more recently, that people should be so punished as stupidly unjust. Bigger says that he had learned that the N-word could be used as in an ironic, not a racist manner, from watching Pulp Fiction and The Wire, adding, therefore I find it plausible that a white person might even use it in jest when speaking to a very close black friend without racist contempt being either expressed or perceived.
Oh, this guy's based, but also a little cucked. Like, therefore, a white person, again, don't break it down on racial issues in general. Who cares? And also, a very close friend, very close friend, like, just even acquaintances. Like, you just have to know them well enough to know where they're coming from. Mayo Militia, dude, Mayo Militia goes hard. But yeah, you don't need to be extremely close friends to use the word with a black person. You just need to know the black person's cool.
And yeah, that's true. I do that all the time with my black friends.
Yeah.
I've got 2 black friends that in fact, one of them I play online with like every night. I play Marvel Rivals, right? Yeah, I know, whatever. I'm sorry. However, I am a dirty Iron Man. But basically, all the time we're always just
Mayo
saying it. I'll
Militia.
say, there's an N-word over there. This N-word is pushing the point. And he'll say, you're right, that N-word is pushing the point and everything, and it's fine, and nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares. Like, genuinely nobody cares. I don't hard R it.
Oh.
Don't do the hard R. You only bust out the hard R when...
Dude, that's another stupid frickin' thing. I hate the softening of everything too. Like, I don't think of the... Like, they're different. When you're saying the N-word, that is the hard R. Like, the other one is not. Again, it's super cucked. You can't even say that. But, like, they're not both the N-word. The hard R is the N-word. Am I wrong about this?
That N-word cares. Like, genuinely nobody cares.
Now I want a edit of the Jurassic Park scene of the "Look, nobody cares" thing, where he's just shouting the N-word. Look, nobody cares.
Don't hard R it. Don't do the hard R. You only bust out the hard R when that N-word has done something. Done something to deserve a hard R. But anyway, he further says that while he does not wish to revive the use of the word, why not? And don't worry, says that while he does not wish to revive the use of the word, why not?
See you, Mike.
And don't worry, I'm keeping it going. And myself, I've had cause to use it. And myself, I've had cause to use it on only 2 occasions. So, there was twice in my life, but that motherfucker had it coming. But anyway, he is concerned that people are being unjustly and gravely penalised through a combination of malice, thoughtlessness, and fear. Some who belong to historically victimised groups are eager to exploit the power that membership confers, Bigger went on. That is absolutely true. They're on the lookout for opportunities to wield that power unscrupulously by working themselves up into a ladder of being offended and daring others to call them out on it.
Yep.
Bigger has, that is also true, Bigger has previously faced criticism after pivoting away from his background in theology to instead focus on British colonialism, defending it as a project and denying that the British Empire had committed genocide. I will admit that, no, I don't support colonialism. I actually don't support colonialism. Basically, if someone's blood and soil is mixed with that land, then it's their land. Then it's absolutely their land. However, we did do a lot of good when we went over there. We gave them railways and sanitation and got rid of cholera, and we gave them vaccines, and we gave them all the other good shit. And yeah, okay, there was a few gamer moments, right? I mean, fucking shut.
Gamer moments, I love it. As for colonialism, a lot of people like to get all based and be like, no, it's great. And I can see it both ways. Like, he's correct that colonialism did help a lot of the places that were colonized, but again, you do have to look at it from the libertarian perspective as well. Well, if you're a libertarian, and just let people be. And the other thing is, even if you are helping people, I go on and on about this at length, but the prime and basically only point of a nation is to protect its own people. So even if colonialism did help the nations that were being colonized, you also need to make sure that you're not like overspending, overextending on your own nation, because even if colonialism was 100% beneficial to those being colonized, if it's prohibitively expensive to the nation doing the colonizing, I'm not in favor of that either. Like, it's not worth it. But yeah, so basically, if you don't care about infringing other people's rights and just care about the outcome, and can do so affordably, and can genuinely help people, you can make the argument, okay, well, let's do it. Let's go ahead and take over for their own good. We can run it better than they can, whatever, and we're not going to hurt them, and it won't cost us like whatever. Maybe you'll extract resources or something. We'll extract resources to counteract what we're spending to run this territory. Again, there's still rights issues going on there. You're infringing on their rights, but like I said, you can make the argument at least, and some people are going to be in favor of that. Some people are not.
Up and accept all these presents, right? Why are you rebelling? Why the fuck are you rebelling, right? We gave you gifts, you ungrateful bastards. Anyway, stand in front of the cannon. Bigger has previously I've just read that. Bigger was on the advisory board of pro-union think tank These Islands in 2017, but is now not listed on its website. In the same year, he was slammed for an article in which he argued that Britain needs to feel less guilty about its colonial past.
Okay, and that kind of goes for everyone. Like, all countries should feel less guilty about their past, because it's the past. Like, obviously, if it's bad, don't repeat it. But there's, and it's mostly the Western, mostly the white countries that are being taught to hate themselves. And so, yeah, it's not beneficial. It's not beneficial to those countries, at least. there's no point. There's no point in feeling like historic shame because no one's alive who did that. So yeah, in completely agreed that the British need to feel less guilty about its colonial past is what the argument was there. Britain needs to feel less guilty about its colonial past. Yes, 100%. And again, colonialism had its problems, but it's not an atrocity like a bunch of people want to make out. Again, it was definitely an infringement on rights. You're taking other people's stuff, obviously, but it's not at the level of a bunch of these other things, like World War II shit from everyone that people are largely Germany. Like they're not even though other people like Russia did absolutely terrible things as well. It's mostly focused on Germany for some reason. But yeah, even there, it's like that's being massively misused to harm Germany in the present, which is what's most important. Like what's going on right now is what's most important. So the World War II stuff, the Holocaust, all that, as terrible as that is, we need to move on because the narrative is currently being used to hurt real people that exist now, which is more important than feeling historical guilt because bad things happened back then. So yeah, and if you can argue that people need to feel less guilty about the Holocaust, I think you can argue that Britain needs to feel less guilty about colonialism, because they're not exactly comparable either. In general, colonies want government help even less than we want government help. Yes, because again, it's an outside force taking over. Like at least our governments are allegedly our own people trying to rule us. And when you have a outside force, there's going to be much more suspicion and intent to rebel generally, at least from some of the crowd. Like some people in the colonies do actually appreciate it. That is true. But you're always going to have that undercurrent of resentment as well because you have outsiders ruling you. Even if they're doing a good job, you're still going to have people being like, well, no, that's not working for me.
Hero, if we believe what strident anti-colonialists tell us, namely that our imperial past is one long, unbroken litany of oppression, exploitation, and self-deception, then our guilt will make us vulnerable to willful manipulation.
Yep,
it will confirm us in the belief that the best way we can serve the world is by leaving it well alone. Bigger's article was in defense of a controversial piece.
Because again, I'm generally in favor of leaving the world alone. Like I think that's often in the best interest of the nation that would be interfering. So I'm in favor of leaving the world alone. But he's correct about everything else there. Like that it will make you vulnerable to willful manipulation. Like I was talking about with Germany. That's Germany is one of the countries that hates itself and its people the most. And that's because of this willful manipulation that he's talking about right here. They use that guilt, they stoke that guilt, and then use it to hurt living Germans. And it's really interesting because, like I'm talking about, again, the argument Britain needs to feel less guilty about its colonial past. An excellent example of how that works is Japan. Japan does not feel guilty about its atrocities in World War II, at least to nowhere near the extent, and they do kind of apparently minimize that and ignore it when possible. And as terrible as that might sound to people, like, oh no, how could you do that? You can't just, like, that's lying. It's like, no, it's for the good of the nation. And I don't think Japan is going to be repeating their atrocities, and most of the people involved are dead. So it's like, I don't get the point. And you just look at outcome. Japan and how they handled their actions in World War II are treating modern Japan much better than Germany and how Germany feels about their actions in World War II and as a society. So it's night and day. Like you have Germany who's getting gigacucked, and as a people, and gigafucked by their government, and then you've got Japan, which they've got their issues obviously, but they have much more societal cohesion, which is one of the things that is going to let them continue to exist as a nation and as a people, as Germany is kind of struggling with their identity in a big way. Yes, our retards are preferable to outsider retards. Yep.
Written by American professor Bruce Gilley, entitled The Case for Colonialism. In response to Bigger's remarks, 180 Oxford scholars signed a letter condemning his views and dubbing him a colonial apologist.
So gay.
Commenting on Bigger's 2023 book, Colonialism, A Moral Reckoning, colonialism expert and author Professor Alan Lester, middle name Mo, said that it was more political contestation rather than scholarly debate. Lester says that Bigger's
Political what? I wish it wasn't cut off.
contestation rather than scholarly
Contestation.
debate. Lester says that Bigger's conclusion that the British Empire had not committed genocide in Tasmania was not supported even by the scholars he cited. Writing, Australian genocide scholar Dirk Moses tells me that the claim of Bigger's that he is in agreement with his work is totally disingenuous. Moses arranged the publication of Raphael Lemkin's unpublished essay on genocide in Tasmania precisely to show how the concept applied there. Lemkin was the Polish lawyer who coined the term genocide. Lester concluded that Bigger had used his book to tell a highly selective story purely in the interest of a contemporary political project. In a Guardian review of the Tory peer's book, writer Keenan Malik said that Bigger's approach is wherever possible to find good motives behind every colonial act. He portrays racial segregation, for example, as the product not of racism, but of the desire to protect native peoples from harmful encounters with settlers.
Yeah, there might be some reaching there, although like I'm not taking a Guardian review at their word too, because they're coming at it from the opposite side. But yeah, wherever possible to find good motives behind every colonial action. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that because, again, I like to look at things honestly, and if you go in with a pre-chosen outcome, you're gonna force the arguments to support that even when they don't, and that's not a good way to go about things if you're looking for the truth. But yeah, I mean, this guy sounds more correct than not.
The Tory party has been approached for comment. I mean, that last comment, I mean, right now they want black-only universities and black-only this and black-only that and Muslim-only schools and everything, and you know what? I'm fine with that.
In which country?
I am absolutely fine with that. There's no issue with that from me whatsoever. But that's the thing is, a lot of these people in the third world countries want to be British and they want to come here, and that's fine. We can do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to hop on some boats and we're going to come over there.
We can do a lot of things the old-fashioned way.
Because a lot of these people in the third world countries want to be British and they want to come here, and that's fine. We can do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to hop on some boats and we're going to come over there and we're going to make you British, just like we did back in the olden days. That's fine, whatever, man. Like,
Okay. Hear me out, because we were talking about colonialism. What if we took democracy, mob rule, which everyone loves, even though it's gay, but we don't have to get into that. But yeah, we take democracy, the best system ever, and we take colonialism, the real best system ever, and I'm joking there. But yeah, and then you mash them together. You just mash them together, and you do. It's kind of the Russian thing. You go into a territory and are like, hey guys, let's vote on whether or not you want to be, well, I'm American, so it'd be the American, but yeah, or British or whatever. But yeah, you go in and you're like, hey guys, let's vote. You guys want to be American? And if they vote to be American, or you fix the vote. No, we won't get into that, but that's a danger there, obviously. But yeah, and if they vote to be American, you're just like, okay, we're sending in the it wouldn't be troops. Well, you'd want some troops there to keep peace, obviously. But yeah, like police and judges and everything, and you're like, okay, you're in American territory now. Thanks for voting. Thanks for playing. Like that's actually pretty funny.
I was about to make a joke about making your rubber quota, but that wasn't us. That was the Belgians, and again, that's a fake
Let's give them
country. Who gives a
democracy,
fuck
yeah.
about Belgium.
Now you're just mashing it. All right. Thanks for watching. Like, comment, and subscribe. All that stuff. And I am subscribed. I just hadn't refreshed this page, so we'll subscribe again. There we go. See how easy it is. Thanks for watching. Peace. All right. I shall return in mere moments. I'm gonna go grab something to drink. There we go. Ahoy. All right. I think it's time for Lindsay Clancy. All right. Ahoy. We just had some fun Dankula stuff with racism, but now we got to get into the yeah, little sketchier stuff. This is wild. I'm sure he'll still find a way to make some of it funny, but this is honestly pretty depressing.
So this is a rather interesting case that's happened. Another case of infanticide. Been a lot more of those. A
Feminism.
GoFundMe for Lindsay Clancy's parents raises over $700,000
insane
amid murder
levels.
trial. The campaign seeks.
I heard Sean had put it very, very well. Probably my favorite thing I've seen about this case is, thank you for the follow. But yeah, my favorite thing about this case, that I've seen said about it is Carmelo Anthony for white people, for white women, and it's depressingly on point. Carmelo Anthony for white women.
Raised $2 million for Michael and Paula Musgrove as they support their daughter who's accused of killing her 3 children. So let's actually have a wee look into this story because it's gotten really, really interesting, and women are kind of telling on themselves a little bit.
A little?
A GoFundMe for the parents of Lindsay Clancy, the Massachusetts mother accused of strangling her 3 children to death in 2023, has raised more than $700,000 at press time. Michael
hate
and
it.
Paula Musgrove are the beneficiaries of the GoFundMe campaign titled the Musgrove Family Fund. According to the description, it's intended to provide financial help to Clancy's parents for the travel, lodging, and living costs they've incurred over the past 3 years and their continued support of their daughter through the ongoing trial.
But
The couple,
why?
originally from Connecticut, relocated to Massachusetts so they can be close to their daughter and attend her court proceedings. The campaign, verified by GoFundMe, seeks $2 million. Clancy pleaded
Jankula,
not
heck
guilty
yeah.
to charges in connection to the deaths of her 3 children.
What the? Do I even want to know? Baby Shaker phone app?
5, Dawson 3, and 8-month-old Callan in January 2023, according to the Associated Press. While Clancy has not denied killing the children, the trial is expected to determine whether she was legally responsible for
Oh
her
my
actions.
god. Yo. Do you know how freaking tired I get of our legal system? Legally responsible for her actions. So she definitely killed the kids. Why do we need a court case? You either put her in jail for a really long time or you put her in, I wish we don't have them anymore, but you like, really? I mean, we have some, but yeah. You put them in the asylum for a really long time. What the fuck is the question here? Legally responsible for her actions. If she's not responsible for her actions and her actions are murdering kids, she clearly can't be let out into society. This isn't rocket science. She doesn't belong out here with us relatively sane people. Our system is not set up in a sane way. The sane sincerely needs to consider rioting. You mean peacefully protesting? I think you mean, but yes, there might be some peaceful protests. The question of whether she is put in prison or insane asylum, yes, in a sane world. But, and I don't know if that's exactly the case here, but we've seen a bunch of these where a clearly deranged person is found unable to stand trial, and it just kind of goes away. Like they are just like let back out. Basically, insanity is kind of a get out of jail free when it should be a get into asylum free ticket.
Last week, prosecutors reintroduced a theory that suggested Clancy faked a suicide attempt. Prosecutors brought up internet searches made on the family computer in the months leading up to the killings, which included looking for suicide methods and searches for psychiatric medications, detox programs, psychosis, and more, as The Guardian reported. Her cell phone revealed searches on "Can you treat a sociopath?" and housed notes about depression, exhaustion, and more. One note from Clancy that was introduced as evidence on Thursday expressed concerns over her relationship with her youngest, Callan. "I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids," read the Notes app entry from October 2022 via The Guardian. And when they go to bed at night, "I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat, and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he desires."
What the fuck is this?
Another note created just prior to the killings that was modified a day before the deaths read, "Medication stole my motherhood and my life. Prescription medication stole me from my own body." Yeah, there's I see a lot of things out there like antidepressants and shit like that. They're bad. They're bad for you.
Yeah. Like, she's insane and needs to be kept out of society. But on that part, like, I don't think necessarily it made her do it or anything like that. But there are severe issues with a bunch of the medication out there. I will definitely agree with that. SSRIs can do absolutely insane stuff. And I'm not sure if she was on them. She did mention depression, and sometimes, like, I've heard wild stories about some of the logic it does, like rewire your brain into doing. So that is crazy. But this whole thing is absolutely insane. Like, the fundraising, the women out there supporting her, the all that, it's crazy. Insanity plea doesn't let you get off free. Depends on the system. It puts you in the asylum until you get better. Sometimes they're just like incapable of standing trial, and then and that's the thing. Just like the prison is a revolving door system, the mental health is even more so. Like, you are let out or unsupervised way too quickly. Like, so yeah, no, we've seen that where they're unable to stand trial and basically they are just let back out.
I've never touched them. Won't go near them.
Yeah.
I've seen people take antidepressants and become a whole new fucking person, and then after they come off them, they're still
Put
that
her in a
person.
word minimum though,
And
100%.
they're just like a shadow of what they once were. Antidepressants they're fucking bad for you.
Yep.
Prosecutors have been arguing that Clancy acted intentionally. Meanwhile, Clancy's defense is arguing she suffered from postpartum psychosis, a relatively rare diagnosis that can cause women to develop delusions and even hallucinations, according to the National Institutes of Health. Clancy's ex-husband, Patrick Clancy, also supports her claim that she was not responsible for her actions. Patrick was the first witness
What?
called to testify. He spoke of her deteriorating mental health at the time of the incident, saying she kept getting worse and worse. During
Okay.
the 60
And she kept getting worse and worse until she killed her kids, and therefore she's not responsible for killing her kids because she was getting worse and worse until she killed her kids.
sixth day of trial on August 4th, Clancy spoke for the first time in court. She confirmed to Massachusetts Superior Court Judge William Sullivan that she stipulated to the facts when he asked, with her replying, "Yes, Your Honor." Clancy's agreement to stipulate meant that prosecutors no longer needed to call certain witnesses to testify about the agreed-upon facts. Testimony is expected to resume Monday after the jury had a day off on Friday. Now, the strange thing about this woman is lots of women are defending her.
Yes.
They're defending her now, and basically they're saying that some are even claiming that she was framed by her husband, and that he actually carried out the
responsible. We
killing.
need to
But
hold
even
her
though this went to
responsible.
trial, here's all the people, and they're saying that she didn't do it and it's not her fault. Even though I've
Yeah.
seen a tweet, and I'm just going to repeat it now. Sorry, I don't remember who posted it. The husband's saying she killed the kids. The defense are saying that she killed the kids. Her own defense lawyers are saying that she killed the kids. The prosecution's saying that she killed the kids. The police are saying that she killed the kids. And even she is saying that she killed the kids. And there are women out there saying, no, she was framed. This was a setup by her husband. Blah, 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 blah. And like all this other stuff. And basically, even though like postpartum psychosis is rare, it is a thing that does happen, but it is extremely fucking rare. And see, when you are in a period of psychosis, you are mental, nothing makes sense. You're talking fucking gibberish, which means it's a little bit hard for you to meticulously plan and calculate and carry out something like this. Especially when you've got months and months of searches on your
Yep.
computer asking specifically about shit like that. Right? As if you were looking ahead and planning it out. What is psychosis, by the way? How would I need to act in order to like look like I have psychosis, like that type of shit? That looks like it's what's happening, right? And so now women are donating shit tons of money to this woman who killed her own 3 children. And I saw something on Twitter which kind of scared me a little bit. Why are so many women always rallying around these women who kill kids? And someone posted because they see themselves in them.
Yes, unfortunately,
They're all-
we've seen a bit of that. That we've seen women acting absolutely insane around this, and sympathize, like, not just, yeah, it's just it's insane. They're like, oh no, I totally get where she's coming from, this, that, and the other thing, and yeah, a bunch of it is performative, but it's like the witch scare when they got insane, when women got insane that one time. Oh, it's crazy, and it's just very in-group, out-group, because we've seen it also in, like I said, the Carmelo Anthony for white women. We saw that in the Carmelo Anthony. We're seeing that in the that plagiarism professor. A bunch of blacks were rallying around him and throwing out insane conspiracy theories about that as well. So yeah, it's depressing how people are sometimes. You cannot trust these women who even performatively say these things. Oh yeah, no, it's
A lot
crazy.
of women out there who had kids and they are deeply fucking resentful about it. They're deeply resentful about it because TV and fucking music and everything else has taught them that they should be at fucking big parties with rappers and drinking Cristal and hanging out with a girl and going to brunch and doing all of this.
Oh, yeah, I do remember. I do remember hearing about the baby shaker thing. That's insane.
Well, all of that shit goes to the fucking wayside whenever you have children. Tough shit, sorry. For example, I love playing computer games and I love going fishing and I love going fucking hiking. And then when I fucking had kids, I still played computer games, but like maybe about 5-10% as much as I was before because hey ho, that's just what happens with kids. Now I'm not gonna say that it's easy, like looking after and raising kids. I have my kids half the time. Right? And see how lots of women out there are like, being a stay-at-home mother's so fucking hard. No, the fuck it's not, you lying bunch of bastards. You lying bunch of bastards. I'm your worst nightmare. Because I'm a single dad half the week, and then for the other half the week I'm working. See, on days I've got my kids, I'm like, oh, thank fuck. Thank fuck. I don't want to sit here doing second channel videos and dealing with sponsors and fucking having to do shit. Do you know that 90% of what I do is actually fucking admin paperwork and taxes? That's 90% of what I do. I'm like, are we not supposed to be a video production company? About 10% of the work is actually producing fucking videos. The rest of it is me buried at my desk in fucking paperwork, right? So basically, whenever I've got my kids, I'm like, nice. Oh, that's great. Oh, what is it? We get to sit in the living room while you guys get to watch like fucking Miss Rachel and like run around while I get to play and wrestle with you. Oh, how fucking terrible. Oh my god, I have to go to the cooker and like put it on and make their dinner. And then, oh my god, I have to do the dishes. And the dishes took like 10 minutes. Takes like 10 minutes. Now I don't have a dishwasher. Right, I do them by hand the old-fashioned way. It takes like 10 fucking minutes. Right? So see how women are out there like, it's so hard. Shut the fuck up. No, it's not. I'm not saying it's easy. But a lot of yous that are acting like you're a fucking 12-year-old down the mines, like, no, you're fucking lying.
Yeah, me too,
right?
Lindsay.
Basically, it's really, really fucking easy. Right? However, you do get women that fucking resent it. They're like, oh, I expected my life to be this and this and this and that and blah, 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 and he doesn't fucking help me. That's because he's away out doing 60-hour weeks, you dumb bitch. And the thing is, whenever you come home from like a really hard day of work, as far as she's concerned, you've done nothing. You've done nothing that day.
He's not.
I've been
pulling
here all
punches
day
here.
with the kids, and oh, that sounds very hard, darling. And then when you do it yourself, you're just
Feel
like,
the
you lying
19th.
fucking bitch.
Probably.
Lying bitch is fucking easy. It's absolutely fucking easy, right? But again, I wouldn't say it's very. For me, it's easy. For me, it's really, really fucking easy. But basically, some women just snap. Some women just break. There's probably some women out there that wishes they could do, but she's just done.
Yep.
Right, and it's just a case of, it's absolutely disgusting. Like, now, whether or not she actually had psychosis or had a mental breakdown or anything, I don't fucking know. But she is copping to the fact that she killed the kid right away, so at least there's that. Right,
What-
but I mean, but everyone's going, oh, the poor woman, poor her, poor this, poor that, oh, let's do a crowdfunder for her. Poor fucking dad. Poor fucking dad. I mean, he lost his wife. I mean, she killed the kid, so fuck her, who gives a shit? But he lost his 3 fucking children, who he probably loved
Yeah,
more.
and again, the conspiracy theories are wild, like that he did it and she was framed even though she admits to it, and like that would be wild. Like that doesn't really happen outside of mystery novels. Like so yeah, there's notes going back months like they were talking about, and she would have to be out of it for months because she hasn't disputed that those are her notes. So those were actually things she was taking notes on. So he would have had to be like dosing her with like some sort of agent that makes her psychotic for months. And like, I don't know, it would just be insane. It's so implausible. there's no way. And that's the thing. There's no evidence. Like, they don't even have any sort of basis for it. It's all these true crime podcast women who believe in zodiac signs that are like, he did it. Yeah. They're doing it on star signs, and they're doing it with no evidence, just spouting out insane theories.
More than anything else in the world. Right, that's what he's lost. So everybody's doing crowdfunders and all that, fucking doing, oh, this poor woman, oh, her mental health, her this, her that, blah, blah, blah. No one's giving a shit about the dad.
Yeah.
Not a single person is giving a fuck about the
Gemini
dad who's
theory,
just lost his 3 kids. And that just goes in what to say. When it comes to the mental health of men, like I've said many times in the past, no one gives a fuck.
The husband has the same birthday as Trump, so they know he's evil. Damn. Alrighty. Thanks for watching. Like, comment, and subscribe. You know the thing. Peace. Ahoy. Ahoy, chaos. Now I'm curious. I want to see. Whoops. I want to see. What percentage of convicted murderers? No, I've seen some of the psychos. I've seen some of the psychos for sure. Okay. I want to see. I wish I could find it. Kind of glad you missed that. Yeah, it wasn't as bad as some of the other ones around that topic, I think. But yeah, Lindsay Clancy. There we go. Clancy astrology. I just, is she the Gemini, or is? Oh, Leo, I think. She's the Leo, he's the Gemini, or something like that. He's the Gemini. Okay, so I want to see. Oh, they're like, oh, never. So I just want to see, and I don't know that if GPT will know this or whatever. But what percentage of convicted murders are Leos? The astrology sign. Hopefully it knows enough to break that down and has access to birthdays and everything. But yeah, this isn't standard crime statistics that tracks zodiac signs, so I'm checking whether any credible study has. I don't need a study. There's no reliable percentage for convicted murders specifically. Closest usable numbers I can find are for serial killers, which are a much narrower category. Yeah, a separate 2025 study of 3,000 incarcerated people at San Quentin found zodiac signs distributed roughly evenly and found no statistically significant association between zodiac signs and incarceration. Shocker. Supposedly female and male Leos are different, so you might want to go by gender if possible. Anyone who donated to her, take away her kids and commit them to the asylum. And then another one says Killer Cloud, whatever that is, currently lists 46 Leos among 488 documented serial killers, 9.4%. For comparison, you'd expect roughly 8 to 9% of people to be Leos simply from the proportion of calendar covered by Leo. So that's within the margin of error, but for the serial killers, actually Leos are slightly overrepresented, I guess. They're saying 8 to 9%, and it's 9.4. So Leos are super dangerous, I guess, is what we can conclude from this. Yeah, no, I know. It's what one of the psychos said, by the way, not something you think is sensible. But yeah, so 9%, as one would expect, evenly distributed. It would be interesting if there were some like massive gap, but I wasn't expecting it. And it wouldn't be necessarily by star sign, obviously, but like there could be some other. Like I wonder what would do that. Like now I'm just trying to justify if there were a gap. Like what could explain that? Because there it would be some other environmental thing. Like if you're born in the winter or something, maybe you're more likely to, or born in such a time to like for your earlier years, like like your formative years, let's say 2 or something. Well, it would be the same, but yeah. Anyway, whenever your mind starts to develop, if you're developing it more in the winter or something, maybe you have more of a tendency towards depression or something like that, and you might do something or. But yeah, so you it would be interesting, but here it just looks like they're evenly distributed as you'd kind of expect. Most murderers were born between January 1st and December 32nd. Yeah, true. I'm just trying to be like, well, how would you justify it? How would you? But yeah, nope. That looks like evenly distributed. Now I'm just curious though. Yes, yes. Break down serial killers. So yeah, I'm guessing again equal distribution there. Oh, what? Okay, again, very small sample size. You've just got 488, but okay, that's actually interesting. I was expecting more. Wait, Leo's the second. Leo is the second highest. Leo is the second highest. I did say it was overrepresented. It's actually this is actually interesting. It's mostly it's mostly 8 to 9% like expected. But you have some outliers. And again, we're talking very small sample size. We're talking 488 people, serial killers. Taurus has 22 or 4.5%. Like they are underrepresented by 100% or 50%. I hate percentages. But yeah, they're at 4.5%. What was Dahmer? I don't know. And then Cancer is at 7%. Weird. I heard cancer kills a lot of people. But yeah, 7%. So under the 8 to 9% expected, but not by much. And then everything else is in 8 to 9%. So you've got all the other signs. That is eight signs within 8 to 9%. And then you have Leo with 9.4. So slightly overrepresented there again if you're doing the 8 to 9%. And then Capricorn is number 1 in serial killers with 11.3%. So yeah, Capricorn overperforming. Again, small sample size, Capricorn overperforming at 11.3% and Taurus underperforming at 4.5%. And then slight outliers like Cancer at 7% and Leo at 9.4%. So yeah, Leo is actually second under Capricorn just on serial killers in this one study. Yeah, that's crazy. Capricorns are most represented at about 1 in 9 when they should be 1 in 12. While Taurus is dramatically lowest, 1 in 22. Leo comes in second. Okay, so 8.33 would be equal one of 12. Most of these aren't wildly far from that. What random birth dates could produce, the conspicuous deviations in this particular sample are Capricorn high and especially Taurus low. This still doesn't demonstrate an astrological effect. The database isn't a random one or complete sample of all serial killers, and zodiac signs have no established causal relationship with violent crime. Yep. Still, database isn't a random or complete sample of all serial killers. But yeah, no, that's it. That is interesting. All right. Clean C. All right. I got a few different things I wanted to look at. We could do some Hero High here. We got some Rev stuff. Which one's that? Which one's that? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We got the shoe one. Some other stuff. I also wanted to look at. I don't get to. I used to watch Kirsha a lot. I now occasionally will listen to her while I'm doing work, and I was listening to some, and it seemed interesting. The where is it? There we go. I think that one, and I saw. Yeah, I think it happened. Yeah, it happened twice at the same event. People just left when they tried to debate him, so we'll probably check out those. And dude, how much do we torture ourselves with? I have not said anything aside from that it was painful what little I did listen to the Andrew Wilson Candace Owens debate. I don't really want to watch anyone's opinion on it until I make up my own mind on it, because it is annoying how each person, I'm not singling out Warren Smith here, but everyone, most people, I should say, are picking winners based on which side they come down on themselves, which is not how you determine a debate winner. So yeah, like some people say Candace Owens absolutely eviscerates Andrew Wilson. Some people say Andrew Wilson absolutely eviscerates Candace Owens. I was pretty distracted. I had it on in the background when I saw that it was live. I tuned in maybe halfway through or something, and but wasn't paying a whole lot of attention anyway. But I found it kind of painful from both sides. I thought it was kind of lame that if you're gonna agree to a debate, you don't come with anything like you should prep the shit out of that if it's something that's important to you, which it should, because this is an important issue, and neither of them were really doing well from what I saw. It was just kind of painful. It was just kind of painful. Candace debate was painful with no redeeming qualities. Aside from that, it's a somewhat important, a very important topic, and somewhat important topic of conversation as well. Like, so I kind of want to, but maybe not. And I don't know the full length of it, but that would be kind of painful slog to go through. But anyway, point is, I'm not interested in this because I would like to make up my own mind on that. But these two are interesting. But yeah, we'll get to that. And then, like I said, I do want to do the shoe on head as well, which we should probably do soon before we get too tired. Gamers keep hurting innocent companies. I love it. Oh no. Speaking of shoe on head. Nice, Postal Devs. That's funny. Let's do this one. This one was interesting. Almost 2 hours. It could be worse. That's kind of short for some of those debates. All right, let's get this. Ahoy! How can gamers keep doing this?
Sorry about the lack of uploads the last few days. There was just some stuff going on, you know, personal stuff. We'll leave it at that. The good news, I think YouTube fixed the pin issue, so the pin comments can return, I think. We'll find out for sure in this video. Here's what I want to talk about today, though. Ladies and gentlemen, Concord is still alive. It's now confirmed Marvel's Wolverine character designs were created by the last surviving members of the Concordian team.
That's a great way to put it.
They even share the same
Aren't
character.
they? Is this one that's also a Sweet Baby Inc. related too? I think Sweet Baby Inc. came back again in the news.
Artist, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So yeah, you know, Jean Grey, she's been pretty infamous in Marvel's Wolverine because they essentially butchered her looks.
Ew.
And yeah, wonderful. They got the Concord team working at Insomniac apparently. Well, not the full team, you know, a couple character designers. And it's just baffling. Hey, people that suck at character design and don't even seem to like video games, let's have them work on a Wolverine game, one of the most iconic characters that a lot of people love. Let's have these losers work on that game with this established character. What could possibly go wrong? Concord's character designer...
It's just wild how they just keep messing up AAA. Like, only reason anyone cares about Wolverine and some other big games at this point is the drama surrounding them. Like, why not just make a good Wolverine game? It wouldn't be that hard. It's like a spectacle brawler or something. I mean, it's just baked in. Like, that's what it's a superhero game. It's a Wolverine game. You're gonna run around slashing people. Like, how hard is it? Just make characters that don't suck, and make action that doesn't suck, and make writing that doesn't suck. It's like, that wouldn't be a great game if that's your only criteria, but it's not a high bar to clear to make a okay game, or even a very fun game. Again, if the action is fun and you don't have the other aspects dragging you down, you got a very playable game right there. That's going to appeal to a lot of people.
was responsible for the designs of the new Wolverine game. Imagine being part of a $400 million flop and still being given a key role in the video game industry. Yeah, it's another thing we see very often. These people fail upwards. So that might be some of the other designs that, oh my gosh, dude, it's so bad. I couldn't even finish talking. It's so bad. So Mackenzie Patrick, allegedly, did she make these designs as well, or in part, you know, helped work on them with other people maybe? So yeah, that's supposed to be Mystique in the top right.
Oh
Jean Grey in the
God!
left. Let's.
Oh God! Who does that remind me of? I don't know.
So yeah, that's supposed to be Mystique in the top right and Jean Grey in the bottom left. Let's actually, oh gosh, maybe I shouldn't have zoomed in. Instant regret, instant jump scare, but yeah. Modern audience Mystique. Wait, hold on a second. You're telling me that there's more. It gets better, guys. Don't worry. Wolverine saved. I know you were skeptical, but it's all looking good now because we got Brittany Morris on the job. The writer of LGBT novels for Black teenagers is the lead screenwriter for Wolverine. She was the same one who ruined the story of Spider-Man 2. So a writer for LGBT novels for Black teenagers is the lead writer of the Wolverine team, apparently. Even if they want to say, oh, she's not the lead writer, she's just on the team. Okay, still. Hypothetically, if that's their counterpoint, okay, still. And that might not even be true. Maybe.
I'm sorry, but with the glasses and the hair and everything, like, is it just me or does she... Also, I just noticed this, please no. But she just kind of strikes me as like a racist caricature of a black person.
Maybe she really is the lead writer. Her bio says advanced writer at Insomniac. And then on top of that...
They must be stopped.
Yeah, we've also got ex-Concord character designers on the team for the character designs. Insomniac's really bringing their A game here, aren't they?
Stop
a couple days ago, we also talked about Insomniac's communications director playing victim over all of this in a video I made, as mentioned a couple days ago. And I also tweeted about this, saying AAA studio with toxic positivity culture puts out overpriced corpo slop, gets criticism online.
Okay, there's no way it's a toxic positivity culture. Like, they might, like, if we're... I don't even think they're trying to put out good games, really. Like, they're pushing messages and all that. But yeah, and I doubt the because if you're talking culture, I think more like interior culture, like the culture at the game company, and I highly doubt that's very positive.
Then plays victim. Next, gaming journalists will write about how evil gamers are hurting innocent devs because they just want people to unquestionably consume product.
Yep.
That was back on August 16th. By the way, 7K likes on this one, not bad. Thank you guys. And then literally the next day on August 17th, the gaming journalists, as expected, began running damage control. Just as predicted, articles like
Marvel's Wolverine is another victim of the internet gaming negativity. Stop putting out bad games, and maybe I will consume product. But you don't. Otherwise, I'm not going to be consuming product, and you can't tell me to consume product. They just hate gamers. Yeah.
Marvel's Wolverine is another victim of the internet's endless gaming negativity. And of course I tweeted about that, writing, called it, jokes aside, we all knew this was going to happen. Gaming journalists always defend the corpos. They are so predictable. Yeah, it wasn't a bold prediction, like I said. I mean, we all knew that that was going to be the next part of the playbook. They used to take it even further, though. They kept trying to revive this thing called Gamergate. Yeah, this
Gamergate never died, unlike gamers. Gamers are dead. Gamers don't have to be your audience, but Gamergate is eternal. Eternal, I say.
You might have heard about it.
And responsible for all evil or good, depending on your perspective, in the world, forever, future and retroactive. Yeah, Gamergate is, the power levels are off the scale. It's hard to comprehend. You need like a degree in quantum mechanics to even understand what Gamergate was and the impact it has had on society.
Journalists and the corpos kept trying to revive it so they could try and say, hey, the Gamergate harassment campaign is coming after innocent people. Then they literally do the grift. They literally turn around and start saying, hey, send your donations to us. We're standing up against the hate. Sometimes they even go to the government and try to get additional funding from the government through this whole grift of trying to present individual critiques from individual gamers as some sort of massive coordinated harassment campaign, which obviously was not the case. Back to Wolverine, though. We've talked about some of the gameplay issues from prior videos, and this one we're talking about more of the team. And now a different point of contention has been getting brought up by people online, that being the voice acting.
2.
This tweet reads, we need to have a long overdue conversation about the state of American voice acting in video games.
I would say in general, it's unfortunate. American voice acting blows. It just does. I don't know. Despite the arrogance of a bunch of the voice actors in the voice acting community, which is, I believe, very like I think they're unionized, and it's very exclusive and political as well. So there's no incentive for growth, really. And despite how arrogant they are, they don't really often take it seriously. Like, they don't try to produce, by and large, like there are exceptions where they'll do a serious animation, but even then, again, the American actors often are not equipped for it. But American cartoons lean very much into the cartoony voice acting as well. Like it's just not a goal to have quality voice acting. It's they're playing to specific elements and then get left behind on the skills they should be doing. Yeah, they need to do better.
Which is a response to this clip titled First Look at Wolverine vs. Sabretooth cutscene in Marvel's Wolverine.
You want to call the shots? Kick Essex's ass! Take charge! You won't! You just give a shit when it suits you! You don't even want to be here. You're right. I thought you were back. We were back. But you ain't ever coming back.
Ugh.
Hey, keep your drink. Come on, Vic.
Let's check out some comments.
That is awful.
Literally.
VA for Sabretooth is fairly poor. None of it was. AI does better lip sync and combat. Yep.
Sounds like the Breaking Bad anime dub clip. I'm a dub glazer, and even I thought this
Ew.
was terrible.
Dub glazer.
The voices don't even match the characters.
Yep, they don't.
I have no issue with dubbing when it's done well. I'd listen to English over another language, but the quality on a lot of the stuff is horrendous. It isn't just Sony. Everything NOA touches is terrible too.
Yep.
Dude, I play Star Fox in German because the US voices are bad. Same goes for Breath of the Wild and what was TOTK again? Tears of the Kingdom, that's
yep.
right. Every time Side UK or Liquid Violet UK gets the job, the voice work is so much better than US studios. See Xenoblade, FromSoft Games, or Expedition 33. Yeah, this is exclusively an American issue. The English voice work in Xenoblade is always top-notch. I agree, but this particular instance, I don't think it's too bad. Star Fox was the most mediocre in recent memory. Sabretooth here sounds like that Jesse Pinkman dub me.
Yeah. How can you think that's not bad? That was absolutely terrible. This particular instance, you don't think it's too bad? It's awful. Get your ears checked.
And this comment reading, American VAing in general, absolute trash outside of like 3 or 4 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. For
And again, like I said, they have controlled things so much that they don't let other people into the industry. Basically, it's a monopoly, and they fail on quality for that reason. Because, again, they're more focused on pushing agendas and patting themselves on the back than actually improving their own work.
too. Like, I do listen to dubs fairly often for 2 main reasons. When I watch anime, I like to multitask. I'll have like anime on one screen and I'll be gaming on the other screen. And also, I'm just a very quick reader. So subtitles, like, I'm done reading the subtitles in like millisecond. And then it kind of drags on when I'm already done reading the subtitles, but the scene is still going. It kind of like becomes disjointed. Sometimes
I kind of get that. I have that problem with like if you have subtitles on in a game too, for clarity, you'll read ahead of the spoken dialogue.
on the anime, it doesn't matter. But some anime, it's like
Only good English dubs are DBZ, Bleach, and the Tenchi series. Yeah, I forget. There have been a few with good dubs, but again, I'm not a big dub person, so I don't seek that out. So I have trouble naming them off the top of my head.
more noticeable if it's slower paced anime. So I do listen to dubs fairly often because of that reason.
It's the same that happened to big screen actors. Big screen actors are still held to a higher standard than voice actors, though, because again, voice actors think they don't even need to produce a serious product, because oftentimes it is a kind of cartoony sort of thing, so they lean into that. But yeah, no, screen actors make voice actors make screen actors look incredibly competent by comparison.
And yeah, dude, there's just something so bad about a lot of English voice actors. I think they used to be pretty good, in my opinion. Like some of the older anime.
It's interesting because you were just saying late 90s, early 2000s were peak for dubs, and yeah, and he's talking about like, yeah, they fell off.
I mean, like 90s and
Yep,
early
there we go.
2000s
Yep,
anime.
dude. Usually it's. Thank you for the follow. Usually it's me getting the jump on video stuff like that before it happens. But that was crazy. Late 90s, early 2000s were the peak, and he then goes on to literally say just that.
Even going up to like around 20.
No, it wasn't me. That was Arkham. Arkham was saying that.
But at some point, they just started to get like very bad. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they were all great back in the day either. There were definitely bad dubs. But interestingly enough, even the bad dubs back then felt like they were still
Peak
putting
anime
like
era,
passion
yeah.
and trying. They were still trying to be unique, and they were still like somewhat passionate about it, even if it didn't end up being good.
No, it was just funny that you got this exact same. You said the exact same thing there.
Nowadays, though, a big problem I have with these VAs, dude, they don't sound like there's any passion there at
Yep.
all. On top of that, you also see that the voice direction that the VAs are given, there's like the same handful of archetypes that they use over and over and over again. There's no creativity, there's no passion.
Yep.
And then on top of that, a lot of the VAs just suck at the work too. And they're not hired on merit. They're hired on nepotism and cronyism.
Yep.
That's it. Hey, did you bootlick SAG after enough? Hey, did you virtue signal
Yep.
enough? Okay, good. You got the job.
Exactly. Nepotism, unions, and politics, like I was talking about too.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, we'll give it to the person who did. They don't actually care about, oh, you're actually good at the work. Now, I do agree as well with what that person said. Like, there is a handful of VAs that are still good out there, English VAs. But they're very few and far between. And that
Anime
number's
voice all
just
the
getting
time.
less and less. And yeah, just to clarify, that criticism, I'm directing that specifically at English VAs, mainly out of the United States. So that criticism is not directed at VAs of other languages, etc., etc. Y'all get the point. Just wanted to clarify, though. And yeah, that's some of the stuff that's been going on. Again, apologies for the lack of uploads the last few days. This is catching me up, though. So thank you all very much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the coverage, and I'll see you in the next one.
Alrighty. Like, comment, and subscribe. You know the thing. Thanks for watching. Peace. Alright. I think we will do the shoe before we get too tired. And then we might jump back to, there's some other stuff I want to check out. Which one's that? Oh, I don't know if we'll watch the full thing, but there's a funny back and forth going on. So we watched the Rev video where he, like, Reddit accused him of having an affair with Juju, which it was just one guy, but it kind of took off. Juju then responded, "My affair with Rev," and Rev also has a allegations are serious and I need to respond now. So there's a bit of funny back and forth going on there. Not sure we'll get to that tonight. I was just curious what that was on my tab bar, which again, super grateful to be back on my computer where I can actually have a bunch of tabs now. You still got to keep them somewhat reasonable because it'll eat RAM still, but yeah, no, I can have tabs again. Anyway, let's do the shoe. Ahoy! As a VTuber, we are contractually obligated to react to Shoe on Head. This is a well-known fact. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Dark Woke. Woke 1 was crazy. We can get into the Woke 1 PSYOP, which is a massive and stupid PSYOP. And are Democrats okay? No, they're not. Mago's right. We were crazy.
So my last video was about Woke 1, a new phrase coined by leftists and Democrats online that is being used to distance themselves from the terrible PR disaster that was the last few years for the left in America.
Woke 1, despite them all having still the exact same opinions. They basically promised not to stop slow boiling the frog this time. They're not going full mask off, but they still will because they can't help themselves because they're cultists. So yes, Woke 1 wasn't Woke 1. It was already like Woke 3 or 4 this decade. I forget where I was going with this, but yeah, Woke 1, Woke 2, whatever. It's the same people. They're going to do the same thing, and you're not escaping. We all see you now.
Nancy Pelosi kneeling in full African garb to honor George Floyd? Why, that was just Woke 1. And how, in my opinion, that was not Woke 1, and how Woke 1 actually started in like 2012, 2014 with Gamergate, Me Too, Tumblr era feminism, the whole
Occupy Wall Street.
pre-Trump era wokeness, before it was even called woke. And I talked about how I don't want them to rewrite history and pretend this all started in like 2020. After uploading that video on Woke 1, I thought I was free, that I would never have to hear the insufferable, delusional term Woke 1 ever again. I thought I could finally move on with my life. Yeah, I thought.
What do you make of those controversial statements I'm sure you've seen? I mean, she's the Thanksgiving dust up, abolish prisons, abolish police.
Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to.
I can't stand listening to AOC talk. Very
her
painful.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot
Right,
of that.
she's moved away from it. Of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. I have a local city council.
No, she said rhetoric. She's literally saying exactly what I said. They believe the same things, but they're not going to say it as blatantly.
Councilman that has this saying, Woke 1 was crazy.
Are Democrats okay? No, Shu,
Now, as an
obviously not.
ex-AOC fangirl,
I mean, at least she said X, but still. I wonder. I think I can justify most of my my politics, which is good. I never had anything that cringe because I'm not a socialist.
I feel like I am well within my rights to say, not so fast, bitch. I watched these people go from anti-establishment, fighting the man, become the most preachy, buck-broken, neutered HR department Karens in real time.
Okay, and not that I want to say anything nice about AOC, but if we're talking about what she was talking about right there, it is worth pointing out that whether or not she was ever genuine is up for debate, but she did used to be more populist and anti-establishment. Like, again, she was just reading from the script, in my opinion. I personally don't think she was ever genuine, but maybe a little bit she had a bit of that passion. Now she is kind of just not exactly establishment, because again, she still leans into the like quote unquote democratic socialism and all that. But basically she's playing the game a whole lot more now than she was. So she was at least more genuinely anti-establishment before, and now she's just kind of trying to fit in and play politics, and that's pissed off a lot of her, even her own fans. AOC was genuine before she got elected. Now she's like everyone else. Yeah, something like that. Again, her politics were awful back then too, when she was more genuine. But yes.
I remember when she broke away from the Bernie Sanders campaign after he dared go on Joe Rogan. I watched this all happen, and I held on.
Retarded.
I held on for a long time. Many would say too long, in fact. But this clip of AOC talking about Woke One really solidified how I've been feeling for the past few years. In this video, I will be responding to AOC trying to walk back Woke One in what I can only assume is a desperate attempt to distance herself from the more crazy people in her movement before a future presidential run. Now, while politicians are out here trying to dodge accountability for things that they've said and done, the rest of us are out here figuring out how the fuck we're gonna afford anything. People are getting squeezed from every direction. Rent costs too much, groceries cost too much, everything costs too much. At this point, I'm scared to open my wallet because I know it's gonna be empty. Actually, that's not true. It's full of shit. Just random gift cards from 2011 that I've never used. I don't even know what half this stuff is. But thankfully, I have a product that can help with...
I thought it might be going into ad, but yes, things are too expensive.
Just that. So before we get into today's video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, Ridge.
All right.
Ridge is known for creating premium minimalist wallets that can hold up to 12 cards and conveniently store your cash. They're made with RFID blocking technology, which protects you from wireless identity theft. One of the things I love about their products is they come in so many different designs.
Can we say how funny it is that a wallet doesn't hold the cash inside it? I guess that's just where we are. This is what's wrong with society right now. Conveniently store your cash. Yeah, no.
One of the things I love about their products is they come in so many different designs. Their store features over 30 unique colors and styles. My favorite right now is the titanium purple. I love the sleek design and I love the very subtle purpley color. I think it's gorgeous. Another cool product that works well with the wallet is the Ridge Tracker Card. It's like an AirTag in the shape of a credit card. You just put it right in your wallet, and if you ever lose your wallet, you can find its location right from your phone. Plus, it charges wirelessly and can last up to 5 months on a full charge. But Ridge isn't just focused on wallets anymore. They also created a very useful 5-in-1 power bank. It comes with MagSafe wireless charging and even a charging pad for your Apple Watch.
More genuine. But yeah, like I said, I'm not sure I agree with that.
Ridge has also created new 24-ounce water bottles. I've got the American traditional design. I love it. It's so cute. It's like little retro tattoos made from double-walled stainless steel. It keeps your drink nice and cold for hours. I'm taking a trip to Italy soon, and I am definitely going to bring the water bottle and the wireless charger. These will come in handy. I think Ridge's products are great, but don't just take my word on it. Ridge has over 100,000 5-star
I wish
reviews.
the ads were
And now they even have something
so
extra
long.
special. This year, Ridge is hosting a massive sweepstakes, and this time 2 people can win. The winners get to choose from a Lamborghini Huracan
Hey, Munya.
Sterrato,
Oh,
a Hennessy
where?
Velociraptor, choose from
What
a
in the-
Lamborghini
Damn.
Huracan Sterrato, a Hennessy Velociraptor, a Ford Bronco, or
The Ford Bronco
$100,000
looks
in cash.
Awful. I'd probably just take the 100,000 if I won. I'd have to check what the Lamborghini's worth, but yeah.
The giveaway runs until September 8th. There are tons of ways you can enter,
Nepo baby.
but
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
also just enter it for free.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you want to boost your
okay, as to whether or
chances,
not
every
AOC
Ridge
is
purchase
genuine, she
gets
could
you
be
additional
genuinely
entries.
retarded.
So
I
head
mean,
over to ridge.com/shoe to check out their collection and enter the 2026
Nepo babies
sweepstakes
can
for
still have
free
insane
using my
politics
link.
and be
Big thanks to
genuine.
Ridge for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the
I
ad.
didn't skip
And
it.
now,
I didn't
back
skip
to
it.
the
It
video.
bored me, but I didn't skip it.
Now, before we get into the real meat of this, the real juicy, the real... This is the politician AOC and the interviewer are talking about. Francesca Hong is a progressive DSA candidate who recently lost her primary. Francesca Hong has a few interesting tweets from 2020. Who among us does not? But most notably, one about one interesting tweets from 2020. Who among us?
Can we talk about how that fish was kind of hot? What? Okay.
Does not. But most notably, one about wanting to cancel Thanksgiving. Cancel Thanksgiving. Should have done this in 1621. If it takes a worldwide pandemic for us to realize we should stop celebrating colonialism and the original super spreader event that killed indigenous folks and women, so be it. Please don't gather for the colonizer holiday. Please do wear a mask. I forget that people
Oh,
actually
God.
speak like this, and it's not just like some conservative parody of liberals.
One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans
Oh,
should cancel
what?
Thanksgiving
Dude, she
in 2021.
she looks
where
bizarre
you said
too. Like
Americans
especially in that slow the smaller one. She looks completely
should
bug-eyed.
cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef. Bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities.
Don't get me wrong, I love the struggle session they're putting these candidates through, reading their old woke 1.0 tweets back at them, like a dog that peed on the carpet. What is this? What is this? But the quotes and replies from like Democrats and leftists on this were even funnier. Is it so hard to just say, no, I do not want to cancel Thanksgiving? Even if you do want to, just lie?
I mean, they're not wrong. They're not wrong.
Why is she catering so hard to the fringe? Does she want to lose her election? Why can't she just lie? This woman is an optics nightmare. Just say no.
Yep.
Say it was a joke. Say it was woke one. Just lie for fuck's sake.
Again, honesty is very important to me, but if we're talking optics and tactics, like they're completely correct. Just fucking lie, woman. I was curious. I had to look it up because she's saying Thanksgiving should have been canceled in 1621. So I immediately went to how long have you been here, bitch? She's second generation. Her parents were not born in the country. Both her parents were born and raised in South Korea. We're not a serious country. Second generation immigrants probably should not be allowed any sort of political power. All right, thanks, Feather. Have a good one. But yeah, no, second generation, man. So she was born in the country, but she was born to people not born in the country. I'm not sure if they came to the United States in... Holy shit! They married, I guess, in 87, moved to America in 87, and had her in 88. Oh, that's painful.
Just say no. Just lie, please. No, she shouldn't lie, and she's not trying to cater.
No, she's a politician. Politicians lie, clearly. No, but yeah, no. Again, honesty is important. I don't want politicians to lie, but they do. Like, again, so it is optically bad. I'd rather she stand on principle and say it like it is. Like, I'd rather she actually be more blatant and honest about it. But yes, if you're just talking about getting the results you want, which is winning, if she wants to win, frickin' lie. Say you love Thanksgiving.
This is what she truly believes, and the people should know exactly what she believes. She has talked about her half-white son, that he gives her, quote, proximity to whiteness.
I wasn't always aware of the struggles of other communities of color because for me, assimilation always kind of took over. And so I did marry. My proximity to whiteness continues, right? My son is biracial. He's half white and half Korean.
I love the hesitation. She's like, I married my child is half white. She can't even bring herself to say it. Activists in the streets, colonized in the sheets. Many such cases. Also, Francesca Hong just hates all holidays, apparently. This woman is straight up Grinch maxing. Activists in the streets, colonized in the sheets. Many such cases. Also, Francesca
Halloween.
Hong just
Christmas.
All
fireworks, which is probably 4th of July. So I'm sensing a theme here, and it's America.
Holidays, apparently. This woman is straight up Grinch maxing.
Get the fuck out of my country.
She's got a hate tweet.
Speaking of Grinch maxing, get the fuck out of my country. Get out.
Tweet for every fucking holiday, I swear to God. Except for Kwanzaa.
Oh my God!
Of course. Why would she hate Kwanzaa? When asked how her long-term vision of a world without prisons would work, Hong said, "What I know is attainable, and the policies that actually meet the urgency of the moment and understanding the realities of it means we have to ensure that we're funding our local governments, that we're bringing justice to victims." She added, "What may have been aspirational is not primary." What may have been aspirational.
What?
So it's still an aspiration. It's still a goal. It's just not the primary one. Interesting. Also, her opponent said this.
People try to call me the establishment. I look at that as a slur, particularly as an African-American candidate.
So, cancel Thanksgiving or establishment is a racist slur. Your Democratic Party, sir. Anyway, my point is, Francesca Hong's old tweets about defunding the police and whiteness and Thanksgiving, they were being all hand-waved away by...
I do need to pretty up my model or whatever, because it is pretty janky again. But again, I'm using it because we have expressiveness. Like the AI model, model, it was a animation. The AI model is better quality artistically, but this I've lip syncing and expression tracking, fun stuff, animated PNG, GIF/WebM or WebP, depending on how you're using it.
AOC as just simply being woke one.
Woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. But if you said woke one was crazy during woke one, you are a racist fascist Nazi. The citation of woke 1.0 or woke 1 is now a common shorthand among parts of the online left to describe and distance themselves from what they view as a more dated or inconvenient aspects of the impassioned social justice activism they participated in during the late 2010s and early 2020s. In 2021, Chai O.C., campaigning for New York City Council, tweeted, "A cis white man should not be the next speaker of the council." When a critic of his...
No, I want white men to be the speakers of councils, because they seem to do pretty well at it.
On X, unearthed that old post earlier this year, Osei, now a council member, gave a pithy response. Woke one was crazy.
Who wrote
we
this
all got
shit?
A bit crazy back then. We did some Jello shots and got on the bar.
You don't get to do that about yourself. But that is interesting, because back to the conversation about just lie, I guess you can just hand wave that all away. Like, you just be like, oh yeah, woke one was crazy. No, so you were lying back then? You didn't actually mean it? Or you were a cultist who got indoctrinated? Like, you're either just lying, you're either admitting that you were lying back then to appeal to people if it's just, oh, woke one was crazy. I was just playing along with woke one. Oh, it's so crazy. Ha ha ha, silly woke one. Or you got indoctrinated easily and believed it. Either way, you shouldn't be a fucking leader. You're either a liar or a brainwashed retard.
Took off our tops and burned the city down and got people fired from their jobs for having opinions Obama had 15 years ago. You can't spend like 10 years bullying people into the most retarded asocial political opinions under the coercion of social ostracization or getting fired from their job, then turn around and just be like, that just happened. My career for like a decade has been calling this out, has been trying to tell the left and the Democratic Party that this woke shit was toxic and would drive people away from them. And for 10 years, I was called a racist, sexist, pick-me, fascist, Nazi,
Insane.
every ism under the sun. And now they're just conceding to that and acting like it never happened. And you just expect us to, what, move on? I've been
And
like a
people
dog
will.
chasing a
A lot of
car,
people
and I finally got
will.
the car, and I don't know what to do with it. Like, first of all, why as a Democratic politician would you say this? You're basically saying like, yeah, MAGA was right, we were crazy. Like, okay, what else are they right about then? Even from like an AOC fan point of view, this just makes her look completely
And also, what do you mean we're crazy? It's the same people. So again, are you saying you changed your minds or were lying or what? Like woke one. Again, it's not woke one. Woke one was much earlier than that anyway. But if we're just using the terms woke one and woke two, like you don't get. It's the same people. You don't just get to be woke one was crazy. You were woke one. You still are woke one.
serious and makes like the progressive movement look completely unserious, which it is. Why should anyone trust a politician who can get swept up in mass hysteria
Yes.
so easily? How can I trust
That's what I was
that
saying.
won't happen again? How can I trust in 5 years from now you won't just call whatever it is you're advocating for now?
Because as I said at the very start, like woke two. Well, A, it already is crazy, but B, they're probably not going to be able to help themselves and they're going to get blatantly woke openly again. So yeah, like woke one was crazy. Oh, ha ha ha. Woke two is going to get crazy too. And you're going to go along with that too. So no.
Woke 2 and dismiss it as crazy. Free Palestine. Woke 2 was crazy. Like, what do you believe in? Could you imagine Republicans being like, January 6th one was crazy? Basically, I said this all on Twitter and people were like already making videos of it. AOC panics after shoe on head calls her. Like, that didn't even happen. Like, I don't think AOC even knows I exist. I love the thumbnail on this one. Shoe bitch slaps AOC. Who the f is this? Is that shoe bitch slaps AOC?
Huh.
Who the f is this? Is that shoe bitch? Ah yes, the infamous, notorious shoe bitch. Going around slapping women. Every time I log onto YouTube, I'm destroying and slapping and finishing on people. If you didn't know who I was, you would think I was
Oh no.
some like psychopathic rapist. And then you click on the video and it's just like
Do I have to name this video Shoe on Head Finishes on AOC? Oh no.
posted a tweet. Anyway, back to the point. When a citizen changes their mind on something,
No, okay, we can tame it down a little bit. Shoe on Head Finishes AOC. Have like a Mortal Kombat scene or something. Shoe on Head versus AOC.
that's totally normal, that's totally natural. Many things can happen in the span of years. That can change your mind on something. It's perfectly normal to evolve and grow. And it's fine if you're a politician and you change your mind on something, but, and this is a big but, this is a fat ass. If you're a politician and you change your mind on something, I want to know exactly why you changed your mind. When you changed your mind. Be transparent. What about...
Yes, and if it's that you stopped getting indoctrinated into the crazy shit, or the crazy shit became less popular, so you dropped it, again, not a good leader. Fuck right off.
Woke 1, really woke 2 in my opinion, don't you agree with anymore? Why didn't the interviewer ask AOC that question? Like, what was crazy about woke 1? Trans women are women, DEI, white privilege, defund the police, the Green New Deal, like what? What? Tell us. What? Tell the class. I've talked about this a few times in a few videos, but one example of me changing my mind, I was way more critical of the police back in like 2020, like borderline ACAB. I was also single, depressed, living in my parents' basement, smoking weed every day, but I'm sure that had nothing to do with it. I can tell you that moving from the suburbs to the city, taking public transportation, having a kid, seeing firsthand how bad things are and how bad things can get, actually experiencing the world outside of my bubble is what changed my mind on that topic and a whole bunch of other topics. So I want to know,
imagine that.
AOC and other politicians, what about woke one do you disagree with now? What's sad is if this was like 5 years ago, I'd be like, hell yeah, AOC has finally seen the light. Woke is bad, so true. Now we can get real things done, comrade. But it's not 5 years ago. I'm a grown up now, and this is extremely pathetic. As a politician, you need to be transparent. I'm gonna bird hands at you. Be transparent. The people who act like we need to be apologizing for shit our ancestors did 400 years ago, acting like 2020 never happened. I'm not buying it, sorry. These issues were f***ing like existential to these people a few years ago, and now it's just like, no big deal. It was just a phase, Mom. I'm just a silly 30-year-old teenage politician. My concern isn't really that Democrats are admitting this stuff was wrong and deeply unpopular. My concern is I don't see anything preventing from that happening again. There's literally some assemblywoman in Brooklyn right now running on some woke one-ass shit as we speak, talking about how stealing should be legal, actually. No one should be arrested.
What in the fuck am I looking at? No one should be arrested, much less jailed, for stealing a tube of toothpaste. Yeah, they should. Don't steal shit. I don't care what it is. Don't steal shit. Incarceration separates people from their jobs, support services, and loved ones. It perpetuates cycles of poverty and crime. Incarceration separates people from us. People who have shown that they're not going to play by the rules of society. That's what incarceration separates people from, and that is a good thing. That's the entire purpose of the thing. Well, okay, not necessarily the entire purpose. We can argue protection versus punishment. Like there's also the trying to disincentivize people from doing crime by locking up other people caught doing crime. That's marginally effective. Again, maybe spread out to society, it's going to be more effective, but a bunch of these people just have low impulse control, and so you're not going to be able to train them out of doing crime just because it's not going to actually, just because there are negative consequences won't necessarily stop them from doing crime, but putting them in jail stops them from hurting society more than they already have.
Much less jailed, for stealing a tube of toothpaste. Incarceration separates people from their jobs, support service, and loved ones. It perpetuates a cycle of poverty and crime, no matter how much fear-mongering the right-wing media does. These people aren't stealing toothpaste because they have to brush their teeth. These people are stealing things in bulk to sell on Facebook Marketplace. We have food banks, food stamps, charity for poor people who can't actually afford toothpaste. If I could go back in time
and even housing, like I know the homeless situation is messy to say the least, but there is accessible housing. Sometimes it's full, whatever, but a bunch of these people just choose not to do it because they'd literally rather be doing drugs. Like there are services to help them get off drugs and give them housing, and a bunch of them won't take it because they don't want to get off drugs. Again, I've said before, I want the best for everyone. I don't like that there are so many homeless people. I want everyone to live good lives, but you also have to just face reality and see that a bunch of these people are not actually in a mindset to be willing to live good lives on their own. Yes, again, you can't have an ideology that is not founded on a basis of reality. And that's a big problem with the leftist mindset, is that it's not. It's building from a place of utopianism.
Tell myself one thing.
Night Arkham.
It would be, criminals are not Aladdin. Criminals are not Aladdin.
Work camps.
Criminals are not Aladdin! And it would make everyone's...
Unironically, yes. Work camps.
lives incredibly easier if there was actually some deterrent
the
against
homeless?
crime. Yes.
Yes.
Otherwise, what's the point? Why should anyone go to work and spend their hard-earned money when we
Probably. And if anyone's saying, "Oh, that's cruel or whatever, or an infringement on rights," you don't get, like, that's the thing. The homeless are doing things that are harmful to society and should not be allowed to. Like where they're it would work better, yes. But yeah. Basically, if the homeless don't like it, they can go be homeless somewhere where they're not inconveniencing other people. Like, I fuck it, go live in the woods. Like, I mean, there's still issues there. I wouldn't, but I think the lack of convenience if they had to go live in the woods, even if they're trying to live on other people's property, or more likely like national parks or state parks or something like that. Point is, land that is controlled by some government, you're going to have a lot less homeless people. Like, that alone will disincentivize a bunch of people because it's not going to support their way of life as well. And then the ones that try to continue being homeless in towns where they're inconveniencing people, just make that illegal and scoop them up and put them in work camps. Like unironically, send them to South Africa. They'd love it there. There's still Americans. Okay, but that's another thing. Deport the illegal homeless. Like, if you catch people who are homeless and they're illegal, just get them out because they're illegal. Basically, and that's not just for being homeless, because I want basically anyone found to be illegal should be deported, because that's what you do.
can just steal? Crime is legal now. Laws. Drunk driving.
You can't follow the rules. You don't have a right to be in the club known as society. 100%. And I think that's actually what she's
against crime.
Right here.
Yes. Otherwise, what's the point? Why should anyone go to work and spend their hard-earned money when we can just steal? Crime is legal now. Laws. Drunk driving is not illegal on.
That's the other. Drunk driving is not illegal on stolen land. Is that what she's about to say? I love that. But yeah, that's the other thing I resent about soft on crime policies is it's unfair to people with morals because you're stopping punishment for people who are behaving in ways they shouldn't be, but good people who actually do want to engage in society, such as myself, are not going to be engaging in those policies, those practices, even if they are not punished. Like, you can say, oh, we're not going to punish people for stealing. I'm not going to go out there and steal. So that puts me at a disadvantage because other people can go out there and steal and get free shit. Like, they sell the money. The companies that are getting stolen from will mark up their prices to compensate for the theft that they are going to be receiving. So basically, by buying, in this case, toothpaste, by buying toothpaste, I am funding criminals stealing toothpaste and reselling it on Facebook Marketplace. Go harder on crime or stop collecting taxes, preferably both. I mean, you'd have to collect some taxes to do that. But yeah, you'd want to push to the left with this mindset of crimes not being well criminal. Oh, this is a gun-free zone. So what? Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of places it doesn't make sense, and the leftist ideology in general has a bunch of internal conflicts like that. And part of the reason they don't want people having guns is because they view it as dangerous to criminals. Like a bunch of the leftist policies are just protecting criminals because, again, we talk about this all the time too. But the egalitarian crab in the bucket mentality is. They want to drag everyone else down to the level of criminals because criminals are underrepresented or whatever. Like criminals and homeless and those sorts of people are not doing well in society. Some criminals do very well, but it's an exception. But yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. As a law, yes. If they don't go harder on crime, then they don't get to collect taxes. That would be very fun. Yes.
Just steal. Crime is legal now. Laws. Drunk driving is not illegal on stolen land. I don't think they understand just how incomprehensible some of their worldview actually is.
So if my daughter is assaulted,
what now?
is there any agency that would seek to find her assailant and bring him to justice?
Of course, yeah, of course.
What would
absolutely.
it be if not police, and where would he be if not a jail?
So I guess I really
I can already tell she's not gonna have an answer. She's not gonna have an answer, is she? Oh no.
Where would he be if not a jail?
So I guess
I know people who look like that too, and have the same personality too.
I really want to avoid getting kind of caught into these
hypothetical. Dude, this is even worse than I expected. When I saw her start to answer this, I'm like, this is gonna be so bad. It's so fucking bad. Holy shit.
So I guess I really want to avoid getting kind of caught into these hypotheticals and talk more about
Bitch. You don't get to say you don't want to talk hypotheticals when the hypothetical is, what do we do with bad people if you get your way and do away with prisons like you're talking about? It's not a hypothetical. It's an end point. You are proposing this. Then what do we do about this? That's not a fucking hypothetical. You want to do away with prisons. It's not a hypothetical that there are going to be rapists and you don't, well, okay, it's hypothetical, but it's a hypothetical to your proposal. It's the direct conclusion to your proposal. You want to do away with police and prisons. What do you do with the bad people? That's not a hypothetical. That's one of the most directly related things there ever could be. You want to do away with prisons. Then what? That's not hypothetical, you dumb bitch.
the reality that we're actually facing right now, which is that we're spending in absolutely outrageous amounts of money on police and policing.
What hypothetical? That's the entire idea. That's the entire policy, and you can't explain it? Polish prisons. That's the entire...
Absolutely outrageous.
Once again, I'm locked in on the content here.
Outrageous amounts of money on police and policing.
Yeah. She does seem like someone who cannot perceive breakfast. Oh my god, or rotate the apple, or any of that. She probably does not change her smoke alarm. Despite presumably being white, she probably doesn't have the Aryan ears to detect the smoke alarm needing battery changes.
What hypothetical? That's the entire idea. That's the entire policy, and you can't explain it? Abolish prisons. Where do the bad people go? I don't know. Like that, okay. In a functioning society, people like that would be forced to dig ditches in a work camp forever.
Yes! We did it again. We got work camps in here too. Yes! Dude.
In a functioning society, people like that would be forced to dig ditches in a work camp forever. Useless. Sorry, I'm chutting out so hard in this video.
Do it, Shu! You're still not there because you're still a fucking dirty commie, but you're getting there. You've been pretty damn based here. Oh, yes, Shu. Yes.
In my luteal phase. I have a fucking pimple. Cutting out so hard in this video. I'm in my luteal phase. I have a fucking pimple. I have a pimple. For the first time in like 15 years, I'm stressing out so hard. Anyway, despite the Republicans completely dropping the ball right before midterms, surprise! War in the Middle East forever! The sudden walk back about Woke 1 clearly shows the Democrats are still struggling with PR. If only there was some sort of left-wing Joe Rogan.
People think I'm the king of Woke 1.0, that I was Mr. Red Lip, right? I never was. I have a pretty open mind.
It's funny that Silas and I are reacting to the same video at the same time. I mean, again, we're VTubers, and it's in the contract. We have to react to Shu. Sometimes it takes me longer to get to them than others, but like, yeah, no, we're contractually obligated, so it's not that surprising.
To unlimited progress, but I also understand how people operate. Like I never did the Latinx thing. Like I have been dark woke before dark woke was invented.
If you have to say you're dark woke, you're not dark woke. Just saying.
Like this is the headquarters of dark woke.
Not the dude who called me emo, calling himself dark woke. What the actual f*** is dark woke?
What is dark woke?
Such a joy watching Shu grow up and becoming conservative. She's not conservative yet, but yes, I would argue that with some of what we've seen here, becoming conservative is at least potentially true. Because yeah, this is she's had some good takes here. Again, she needs to get over the frickin' socialism, but no, go Shu. Shu's an honorary VTuber.
Dark woke. What the actual is dark woke?
What is dark woke?
Dark woke is just Democrats are just as woke as we were in woke 1.0. The messaging is what's important. It is aggressive.
The entire idea.
That doesn't even sound like dark woke. That just sounds like, that sounds the opposite of dark woke. That sounds like sanitized corporate woke. What? That's not dark. As cringe as dark woke is, that is kind of cringier to say that as your definition of dark woke.
0.0. The messaging is what's important. It is aggressive.
The entire idea of dark woke seems to be that regular woke was too polite and too wholesome.
Dark
Bullshit.
woke for me is...
Oh my god! I can't do this.
We are fighting for good and for equality and for social justice for everybody, but we don't mind saying...
And you're still using social justice? I'm gonna lose my mind here.
Saying F you.
Dark woke, get it? It's like woke, but we're mean.
Don't mind saying F you.
You said F instead of fuck too. You're not fucking dark. Remember Dark Brandon? That was so fucking cringe.
Dark woke, get it? It's like woke, but we're mean. You already are mean! That's why people hated you! You were finger-wagging, morally righteous woke scolds. The problem was never that the left was insufficiently mean online. God forbid someone say the wrong word, liked the wrong tweet, or failed to participate in the latest virtue signal humiliation ritual. And I'm sorry, can we just go back to that Hassan clip real quick?
I have a pretty open mind to unlimited progress.
What the does unlimited progress mean? Considering these guys think progress is like a literal linear line where just more and more people get rights. So like what the does that mean? Pedophile rights, zoophile rights? What unlimited progress are we talking about here, buddy? Because that sounds pretty woke to me. We did so much progress to the gender discussion. We somehow looped back around to little boys liking pink means they're gay. But wokely, no son of mine is gonna play with Barbies. That must mean he's a girl. People are lost in the sauce.
Then Dami's aide, his top aide, Sia Weaver, said, if you don't believe...
Dude, we're getting hit with so much cringe. Good job, Shu. You compiled a lot of it.
In the government's sacred right to seize property, it's over. And impoverish the white middle class.
Beast mode. I love her so much. One of the things about Zoran is that the people surrounding him oftentimes are so much cooler than he is.
I like how in the video where he
Dude, he's so fucking retarded. Like, I know I go off on Hassan whenever he comes up, but it's just like, obviously his politics are trash and his terrorism is trash and all that. He's just so fucking boring and empty. Like, again, I think he means some of his stuff, but I think he is basically a grifter. He shapes his opinion to what he thinks will get him attention. He's a narcissist. It's just, he's fucking boring, man. He's frustrating and he's vile. Like that's true too. Like again, all the criticism for all the nasty stuff he spews is correct, but like just when I see this, it's just freaking cringe too. Like it's cringe and frustrating at just how cringe it is. Like,
right to seize property, it's over.
Like
and impoverish the white middle class.
Beast mode. I love her so much. One of the things about Zoran is that the people surrounding him oftentimes are so much cooler than he is.
I like how in the video where he...
Yeah, he's just trying to sound like cool or something. He's like, oh, beast mode or something. He's saying what he thinks naturally follows. Like, dude, I've had my whole semi-jokingly that Hassan is a Mossad agent because he makes the anti-Israel side look so bad. He's clearly working for Israel. I just came up with another one. Hassan is basically an LLM, like large language module. He's freaking just stringing things together. Like, he doesn't have an actual thought process. He's an LLM. He strings together what he thinks follows naturally that will make him get the most attention or sound the most progressive or woke or dark woke or badass or whatever he's going for. He just fills in what he's saying next with what naturally follows the thing before that to meet those requirements. He's a fucking LLM.
He defends himself from people criticizing that clip. He's like, guys, come on, it was just a joke, guys, come on. In the description of that video, he's like, anti-white racism, which doesn't exist. Definitely not woke one. All right, buddy. Sorry. It's so hard not to just make the entire video clowning on that goofball. Like,
right?
Bro was in a suit at a pool party. The man is a cartoon character. Like, bro was in...
Dude, he went too far the other direction. Like, he's wearing the suits recently, but now he's like wearing the suits where he shouldn't be. I didn't even again, I don't follow Hasan. I didn't know this, but yeah, what the fuck? He's an LLM. He hasn't adapted. Bad patching on this one.
A suit at a pool party. The man is a cartoon character. I don't want to make videos about Hasan Piker, but you can't fucking escape him nowadays because the media won't shut the fuck up about him. Fox News is just hyper-focusing on him every single day to go after the Democrats because I guess they have nothing else. And then the response to all the Hasan stuff coming out on the right, coming out on Fox News, is then like left-wing journalists making more puff pieces, taking more photo shoots of Hasan in his mansion, and all these outlets calling him like a terrorist and a communist. Just makes him sound way more important and like way cooler than he actually is. No.
Yep, like I said, he is a communist and a communist sympathizer, and he is a terrorist sympathizer, and he has made threats of his own, which I think are some of the most egregious things he's done. Is like when he soft threatened Asman and was saying how easy it was to dox him or something like that. He's like, oh, people could just show up at his house or some absolutely insane shit like that. When you've cultivated that sort of audience, like I can say that because I'm not advocating anyone to do that. When Hasan says it with his politics and his audience and what he's built up there, that is a clear threat and borderline like advocation of violence. Like the way he was saying it is just like, oh yeah, you guys could go do this to Hasan. It's like, sorry, not Hasan, to Asmongold. Nah, that was really freaking creepy and over the line, and probably should have been permabanned. But he doesn't because he's got ins. But yeah, so his like I was just saying, Hasan does have bad ideas and has done dangerous things. So it's not to downplay that, but he's also just so fucking cringe.
Nothing hurts this dude more than reminding him that he is literally just a Twitch streamer. I don't want the focus of American politics to center around a fucking Twitch streamer. Like, I don't understand the media's obsession with this guy, but at the same time, I don't think Hasan is the best wagon to hitch yourself to if you're the Democratic Party. There are other internet celebrities on the left you could do that with. Like, God, the left really has nobody. No, he's a sex pest. No, she's a sex pest. Damn it. I don't know. There's gotta be someone with way less baggage than Hasan Piker. Like, why don't you hitch your wagon to someone like that? Instead of Hasan, who, every time he's rightfully criticized, hides behind how he just wants to give us health care. Death to the West! Let the streets run with their capitalist blood! Whoa, dude, you're making us look bad. Oh, I'm just a little healthcare boy! You wouldn't criticize a little healthcare boy now, would you? I don't care anymore. I wash my hands of this. There's gonna be like 25 videos uploaded after this, like, shoe on head bends Hasan over and like, great. Can't wait. Remember that big study we talked about that was done after the Democrats lost the election that showed the most popular Democrat positions were things related to economic issues, and the least popular policies were things like abolishing the police, abolishing prisons, and like open border policies? People don't f***ing want to abolish the police. They do not want to abolish prisons. They don't want to talk about whiteness or whatever the f***. Talk to actual workers about them. Like, talk to actual blue-collar workers. They hate this shit. And they hate you. They hate you because you suck, but they also hate you because you hate them. Like I said 500 billion times before, more people would be on board with what the left was saying, or at least like sit down and listen to you, if you dropped the gay race Marxist bullshit. How do I know this? The DSA and the left and the Democrats, they have to distance themselves from the goofy, destructive, identity politic.
Yeah, I will have to pick a over-the-top title for this video for sure.
social bullshit. And in order to do that, you actually have to mean it, not just laugh it off. But I don't think they can, because this stuff is just so deeply ingrained in socially progressive politics. A lot of this stuff isn't woke one. It's just part of dismantling whiteness and the patriarchy, destroying hierarchies, subverting norms, or whatever the that.
Yes, again, it is all Marxist bullshit, and it's baked in. Progressivism is egalitarianism, and that gets so linked in. Like, again, when you look at what the progressivism stuff is based on, it is a bunch of like racial equality and gender equality and everything, and that's going to naturally like intersectionality is now baked into all that. So if you're talking that, you're talking intersectionality, you're talking DEI, you're talking like you can't escape the Marxism race communism version or otherwise. Like, it's just, you're not doing it.
Cancel Thanksgiving tweet wasn't just some like silly haha woke one bullshit. But you know, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is what I've been asking for a decade. Maybe this is a new era for the Democrats. Could AOC actually have changed her mind? Yes, it's totally possible, yes. AOC and I are like the same age. She's like a year older than me. She's still pretty young. 35 is young, right? It's not impossible that in her time being a politician, her mind has changed on a few things. But it lines up suspiciously well with a run for president in 2028. So forgive me if I'm a little bit skeptical. I see a lot of Republicans online.
Dude, I want to say she doesn't have a chance, but oh my God. It could happen. I don't think she's the most likely one to make it out of the rat race, but other people are just as dangerous as her, just without the baggage. Like, Gavin Newsom is dumb, but scary, and people seem like Democrats seem to like him for, like, I think he's palatable to the normie left. So I'm more concerned about Gavin Newsom than AOC. I don't think AOC beats Newsom, or even if it's not Newsom, makes it out of the rat race as the main contender. If she's the DNC candidate, she will win. It's not that far-fetched. Frick. Like I said, I hope not, but she definitely could. Like, that's what I'm saying. She definitely could, but I just don't think she'll be the chosen candidate. But if she was, then yeah, she could win the whole thing. Oh my, like, yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibility, President AOC, and it's not a good thing to contemplate. Kevin is as dumb as fellow black people. That was such a good quote. Oh my God, I can't read I'm just like you blacks. I can't read either. Gavin, what are you doing? Historically speaking, the people switch sides every election. I wish political parties weren't freaking retarded, because you could switch the whole everyone switching sides every election by doing a fucking good job, like, and doing what you actually promised. Like, and it shows how either deranged or stupid our politicians are, or how rigged the whole system is. Like, that's either intentional or well, and again, if I was to give them the benefit of the doubt, it's the system itself is so bloated and bureaucratic now that it's impossible for them to actually keep campaign promises. But it's still just like, look, if you give the people what you want, they'll keep you in power.
Like, do it.
You really don't think a woman can win in this country? Oh, a woman could absolutely win in this country. I mean, we saw it. They had to cheat, but Hillary was somewhat close. Kamala, if things had gone a little differently, because that's the thing, it looked like a blowout, but if they cheated a little harder in a couple states or whatever, you basically, if like, I could be wrong, I could be exaggerating, but if like 7 counties had broken differently on the vote, you'd have a female president. Tulsi was pretty popular. That's the ironic part. I think we're actually more likely to see I mean, Tulsi was a Democrat at the time, but I think you're potentially more likely to see a female president come from the Republicans than the Democrats. This is why people are pushing to get rid of the two-party system. The fact that historically the people can't stand one party or another for more than 4 to 8 years. Yeah, again, democracy is our current form. Well, again, we're a republic, not a democracy, allegedly. But yes, the way our current representational system is set up is not meant to actually represent us, and it just keeps people complacent because they think they're represented.
You see, run for president. Don't get too cocky. You may be surprised.
There are many people who voted against them because they're women. Yes, absolutely. There are also people who vote against men because they're men, like on the left. So yeah, point is there were also a bunch of people who voted for Hillary or Kamala literally because they're women, and they will tell you that. Like, so it goes both ways.
The American people are an enigma, and we might see a pretty big pendulum swing. As hard as it is for some hyper-partisan brained people to hear, not everyone voting for these DSA candidates are like crazy commies or something. Just like not everyone who voted for MAGA in 20...
Yeah. I've been saying this too. The people voting socialist or MAGA, like she's saying here, are not necessarily, there are extremists in there, but they're not necessarily, they're not all extremists. I've been warning about the pendulum swing, the normie pushback to disappointment, like you were saying, going from one side to the other. It's going to be a bunch of normies supporting the socialists. As I thought we'd move past that, but I was wrong, and yeah, it's going to be a bunch of normies supporting socialism. Yay!
2016, when Trump promised to bring jobs back and he will remember the forgotten man and whatever. Those people weren't Nazis. When people can't afford a house, a car, to get married, to have kids, you cannot be shocked when they start looking for options outside of the establishment.
Again, some people are currently looking for very bad options, but it makes sense that they're looking for options.
One of my favorite politicians, believed that if people had their needs met and were content and happy and had jobs and could feed their families, communism or fascism would never come to America, because people would have no reason to revolt or want those things. They would be happy with what
you'd have like fascism and communism would be minor parties for a fringe group of people, but it would not be you'd not be getting mainstream support.
They had. He believed that extreme economic inequality created political instability. And that
the Democrat problem will be they spent 12 years on Trump. Bad. Okay, now what? Honestly, and I say this as someone who voted for Trump a bunch, they can just point, like, I think Trump he's done some really good things. A lot of it actually under the radar that people don't even know about. But yeah, Trump has done some really good things, but he's also done some major screw ups. So you can still just run as a Democrat. You can still just run on as exhausting as it is as a non-Democrat to hear them whine about it. You can still run on Trump bad. Like, and it's actually a more compelling argument than it ever was, because he has done some actual bad stuff. So from that perspective of Trump derangement syndrome, there's actually now more evidence. And again, it's going to be more normie appealing evidence as well. So you're going to pull some more normies into, like, oh, maybe Orange Man actually is bad. So yeah, no, you just keep going. You keep going on the Trump bad thing. Orange Man, very bad. Give electoral power, please.
As the economy continues to go to shit and wages don't increase, and retards like Dan Crenshaw respond to these issues with,
he can't run again? Yeah, but they can still be like, well, see, we were right. Like, they can just be like, the system's bad, the Republicans are bad. You just keep tying Republicans to Trump, so it doesn't matter if Trump is running again the next time. You're just like, fuck the norm. I don't know what you're talking about there, and keep it down on the caps lock. But if you want to have a discussion, we're welcome to. I don't know, man. They just moved their target. They tried to do it the Romney while he despises him. Most vanilla boring person ever run for president. Yeah, they called Romney Hitler as well. My opponent is literally Hitler to my opponent is literally Trump. Yeah, pretty much.
Basically, let them eat ramen. We are going to see people respond to these issues.
Just hearing about this dumb $20 burrito debate, so just thought I'd make the losers on social media angry before going to bed. Stop whining, get a job, eat ramen like the rest of us did in college on a budget with 4 roommates. The market doesn't care what you think something should cost. Only communists care. They set prices, remember. Then everyone starves, remember. Are you a communist or are you an American adult male capable of handling his own shit? Oh my God. Dan Crenshaw criticized Biden administration for telling Americans to change dietary habits to lower their grocery bills. Dan Crenshaw also has a history of insider trading stocks while in Congress, allegedly. Dude, I fucking hate this shit. Because the market doesn't care what you think something should cost. Yes, but you can compare frequency of cost, like rate of change on cost. So it's not about price control. It's should a burrito cost at least twice as much as it did like 6 years ago or something. So yes, should a burrito cost $20? No, it's not about price control. It's about that rate of change does not make sense. So no, a burrito should not cost $20. It's not about, oh, my communism or something. It's about stop fucking up our money. Stop fucking up the monetary system. Let us buy houses. Bitch. Things are clearly broken. The answer is not eat ramen. No, burritos should not cost $20. Fuck off.
Issues with basically let them eat ramen, we are going to see people moving to all different directions on the political spectrum. Personally, until there's a Democratic Party that isn't prisoner to identity politics or isn't completely cucked by race grievance, I'm not a Democrat. And until there's a Republican Party that actually cares about workers and isn't completely cucked to a certain foreign country.
The insider trading is an issue. They all do it, but yeah. He got Rogan, Dave Smith, Tucker, and then lost them. Yeah, but now haven't you heard? Now they're all bad people. They're all bad people. All those people are traitors and probably paid by Qatar or whatever. Yeah, I mean Trump is completely correct, and Rogan, Dave Smith, and Tucker are evil. This dude is wild. We got a hater. I like it.
On the political spectrum. Personally, until there's a Democratic Party that isn't prisoner to identity politics or is—
Dude, they're selling stuff for like $15 at the dollar store now. I'm not even kidding. I mean, oh my God, yeah, no, it's getting insane. And again, inflation is out of control. And don't fucking lecture me about just eat ramen. The value store, yes.
Isn't completely cucked by race grievance, I'm not a Democrat. And until there's a Republican Party that actually cares about workers and isn't completely cucked to a certain foreign country, I'm not a Republican. I'm trying to look like Hassan. I look like a f***ing femboy. Wait, hold on.
You look like a weird Harry Potter or something.
I'm trying to look like Hassan. I look like a f***ing femboy. Wait, hold on.
Hi, my name is Sock.
Oh!
I look like I would be groomed on Discord. What the actual Alright, I need to get out of this. In conclusion, I do not like seeing politicians run from accountability. I like transparency. If you change your mind on something, tell me why. This woke 1, woke 2 is a headache. I am done with it. What do you guys think? Do you guys think there's a chance AOC is being genuine? Are you willing to believe politicians who have said they've changed their mind on things? Have you changed your mind on things since like 2020? If so, what? If you like this video, please subscribe, and if you can, please consider donating to my Patreon, link down below. All patrons get every single video a day early with no censors, no bleeps, totally raw. Also, I'm doing Patreon only live streams now. I'm planning the next one very soon, so I would love to see you guys there. And for everybody else, I will see you guys soon with a new video.
Like she said, like, comment, and subscribe. You know the deal. Alright, thanks for watching.
I'm not here to educate you. I'm not here to educate you.
Dark woke. Alright, thanks for watching. Peace. That was fun. Oh, man. Yikes. Again, the cringe has been brutal this week. There's been so many things that are just not great. What do we want next? We might do the Warren Smith one we were talking about. Yeah. Let's do that. What's Rev got? We just did Shoe on Head, so let's not do that, even though those are different ones. I was curious about more Hassan stuff. So yeah, we could do Hassan drama. I don't think I want more Hero High. More shoe stuff. Alright, but yeah, I think basically we're going to be doing Warren Smith and Rev. I don't need any of this other stuff. That's all stuff I want to get to eventually. But yeah, I already have that in a different tab. So yeah, let's do Warren Smith and maybe Rev. Your prices are fine except for beef and graphics cards. Prices are way up across the board. I spent $80 on a bag of groceries, basically. Not all of it fit in the bag, but like a bag and a bit or something. And that's at a relatively budget store too. So yeah, I've spent $80 on a single bag of groceries. I've spent $90 on a tank of gas when it was most expensive. And look, those are like single purchases, whatever. The groceries will last you some time. The gas is going to last you a long time. So yeah, but still the prices are way up from what they were, and that's worrisome, especially gas, because that's going to trickle down on everything else as well. When fuel prices are going up, that increases shipping prices, obviously. Vast majority don't even vote. Most shouldn't be allowed to. I always struggle with that when we've been talking about the franchise question for a bit here. My kind of stopgap measure from actually taking franchise away from people is just make it kind of tricky so people actually have to want to vote. And so yeah, one thing I'm massively in favor of, just because it's the easiest legal solution that you don't have to revolutionize anything, is clear the voter rolls every single election cycle. You basically have to re-register to vote each time, and that gets rid of a lot of the excess ballots that can be used for fraud as well, because a lot of fraud is done with real people's names, like the door knockers and the nursing homes, stuff like that. So just it would get you some of the same results as actually cracking down and taking away some people's rights to vote, is just disincentivize people from voting, because again, that's the problem with the broad franchise, is that you're getting a bunch of people who aren't invested in the system voting. So if you just actually make it a little harder for them, that's going to solve many of the same issues. So yeah, clear the voting rolls. That's just the very first step, is clear the voting rolls every single cycle. Landowners and taxpayers should vote. Most aren't invested. That would probably, I've talked about that before too, that would probably provide a better outcome, but whether or not that's the the best solution still remains to be seen. Beertarian with the Nazi party. Problem with that is that it would probably be popular. I mean, wasn't the and that's why they wanted to label one of the excuses they used to label Trump that is, wasn't the American Nazi Party the one back in World War II? Well, before we got involved in World War II, they were using the phrase America first. so that's one thing they were trying to nail Trump on, as saying that he was being Nazi coded on that. So you actually had a fairly popular American Nazi Party, and they were wanting to stay out of the war, as well as some other stuff, and obviously racial issues there. But yeah, no, it was quite popular, and you probably would see some of that here too. So yeah, that's the thing. Even what would end up being the American Nazi Party would also not be what they call Nazi. What they imagine Nazis as these ultimate evil, and this is not advocating Nazis, because Nazis are National Socialists, and it's still bad. I don't want socialists. But yeah, even the Nazis would not look like the leftist caricature of a Nazi. Let's not include landowners. That's a bad idea. It's not exactly a bad idea, but it's hard to transition from where we currently are, because you'd have to trust that landowners would have a good mindset on that, which they don't currently. Good chunk of the U.S. is foreign owned. Foreigners don't get to vote in American elections. I don't care if you're a landowner or not, and we should probably take the land. Nationalist conservative. All right, anyway, let's go ahead and check out this. Ahoy, we don't watch a whole lot of Warren Smith, but he's got some good stuff. And I saw this I listened to a little bit of it on Kirsha's thing, and I was like, oh yeah, this looks fun. We should do that. So let's go ahead and check this out.
I'm just going to say this, and you can debate it. You can't be racist against white people. You can be prejudiced against white people.
We're off to a strong start. Wait.
I'm just going to say this, and you can debate it. You can't be racist against white.
She did the double clap too.
I'm just going to say this, and you can debate it. You can't be racist against white people. You can be prejudiced against white people. Racism implies a power imbalance.
Bridge USA.
Where'd you learn that?
That's just how it is. That there's no way to arrive to that.
What happened? You just say it's just how it is.
That is.
So
I'm
when
sorry.
people say, well, black people have to use separate water fountains, because that's just how it is. I'm sorry.
If that's how you want to take it, that's how you want to take it.
And you don't think you can advance any more on that?
I really don't want to.
I wanted to get this out quickly because this is one of the most important interactions I've ever caught on camera. I was at a student summit speaking to students. A reporter sat down who was covering the event.
When people are talking about DEI, they're specifically talking about trying to achieve specific outcomes.
Yes.
So you said it, I don't think it logically works.
Okay.
I tried to point out to her that DEI inevitably is racist, logically. There's no way around it.
Because I think it's...
I looked it up because there's another bridge-related thing, but this is not that, it looks like. But yeah, Bridge USA is a U.S. youth political organization focused on reducing partisan polarization, especially on college campuses.
Only example of systemic racism anyone's been able to provide to me.
It's not systemic racism against you.
How?
Everyone deserves a chance to speak and a chance to kind of be out there. We are only...
Also...
Systemic racism anyone's been able to provide to me.
It's not systemic racism against you.
How?
Interesting too. It's not systemic discrimination against you. So she's lumping him in with all white people and collectivizing there too. This is gonna be freaking good.
Everyone deserves a chance to speak and a chance to kind of be out there. We are only as good as representing everyone in their nation. It's not just white men. It's not just rich people. We need every single voice there.
So it'd be equal opportunity, right?
Yes.
Okay, but equity is equal outcome.
Yes.
So it's a different word. That's why we have a different word.
we should be we should be fighting for equality and equity.
Okay.
But if equality is equality of opportunity and equity is equality of outcome, shouldn't we just fight for equity? Like, why would we even need equality? Like, if we're forcing the end zone, we don't need equality. We just force everyone to be equal, or equitable or whatever. Oh my god, it's so dumb.
It's both sides of the coin.
But if equity is, am I misunderstanding equity?
I don't think you are. I think equity is leveling the playing field so then everyone can reach an equal opportunity.
Okay, so let's
What?
run through an example, like how do we level the playing field? I'm a firefighter, volunteer firefighter, so let's use that as an example. If there's not enough of a specific skin color in the fire department, how do we fix that without being racist?
It's also just reaching out to demographics who don't.
That's advertising.
It's advertising, yes,
But that's not equity.
it's making sure those people that feel comfortable joining a group like firefighters.
So we'll put, we have, because
Why do you want a racially egalitarian firefighter crew anyway?
mentally we have this column of advertising. We're trying to put that aside and understand equity though. Because you're advocating for DEI, right?
Yes.
Okay, so can you get into the DEI portion of it beyond advertising?
Just that like everyone is equal of a, I don't really understand what you're asking.
So keep in mind,
She doesn't. She actually doesn't understand. Obligatory Solzhenitsyn quote: "Human beings are born with different capacities. If they are free, they are not equal, and if they are equal, they are not free." Very true.
Has already graduated college. I doubt she has ever been challenged on this ever before.
It's opening up these doors for everyone so we don't have to get to a point where that is an issue.
Can we get specific though? What does it mean opening up the doors without lowering standards?
It's allowing people to understand that everyone is welcome and bridging.
You don't want a whitey pulling you out of a fire. You want somebody not as well trained of color figuring it out. Yeah, reminds me of that. I think fire chief or fire assistant chief or whatever. I think she was a lesbian too. But yeah, a female fire chief who said that. Like someone asked, like if my husband or something like that is caught in a fire, are you going to be able to get him out? And she was like, if he's in there. He shouldn't be there or something like that. Like it was super dismissive and just like basically it's not my problem. Yep, sounds like a skill issue. Being caught in a fire, like you're literally a firefighter. You're administrative firefighter even. Like you're in charge of firefighting policy, and your answer is that people shouldn't get caught in burning buildings. Shouldn't have been there.
Again, bridging the gap. Advertising. I agree with you on that aspect. I think that's part of it. It's showing off
So what's the
that
other
you're.
part though?
What do you mean?
How do you get equal outcome?
By making sure the standards are the same, by making sure everyone feels welcome and is trained the same way. That has nothing to do, DEI has nothing to do with
beer. I'd rather burn at that point. A disabled African American overweight trans man that's 4.5 feet tall comes to me, and I'm in the burning building. I'm like, nope. I'd literally be doing the "this is fine meme. I'd have a cup of coffee, sit there, burn. It's a bad way to go, but it's better than being rescued by that.
Standards.
You just said making sure everyone is trained the same way.
Yes.
How is that DEI?
That's just basic hiring.
Right. That's my point. Is not DEI.
Yeah.
So can you explain to me DEI?
DEI is making sure everyone feels welcome and secure, and that you're not.
DEI is just making people feel welcome.
It's making sure everyone has the equal opportunity to apply to something. Everyone has the equal opportunity to get hired.
That'd be.
That's two different things. Everyone does have an equal opportunity to apply, and in theory get hired. But again, people are going to be like Raisu was saying, human beings are not equal. People are going to have different skills, and some of that is going to be there are going to be different racial aggregates as well. So you are going to see racial disparity in hiring, and that does not necessitate discrimination. There could be discrimination as a cause or even a partial cause for that, but it's not guaranteed. Like you're going to see racial disparities because people are different, and that does break on racial lines as well.
It's just making people feel welcome.
It's making sure everyone has the equal opportunity to apply to something. Everyone has the.
Everyone does, And again, if qualified people, the most qualified people should get the job. DEI and affirmative action actually implies the opposite of the most qualified person getting the job. Well, not necessarily the opposite, but it puts a massive roadblock in hiring the most competent person for the job, because you're putting a bunch of other stuff that is irrelevant to competency or quality in there, like race or sex. It's like, oh, we need a black woman there. Well, what if the black woman, what if black women are not wanting to apply? Or what if black women are not as qualified as like a white man or an Asian man, or, you know, a man that is white or Asian, basically. But yeah, if you have to hire a black woman, you are going to get lesser quality just because you're placing value on things that are not competency related. Like, it has nothing to do with, you know what, I don't need to lie. Let's just leave it there.
Equal opportunity to get hired.
That'd be equality.
That's not DEI. DEI means something very specific. Equity means something different than equality. That's why we have different words for both of them.
Okay.
Equal ability to become a firefighter.
Yes.
But that's not equity.
Okay.
Okay. So do you think DEI now, if we look at it through this lens, do you think pushing for equal outcomes might be a flawed process?
I still don't think so.
Equity means equality of outcome. No one can explain to me how you're going to achieve that without being, by definition, racist. The only response you can offer is to change the very definition of racism.
I think you can debate the language and you can confuse people with how you debate the language. I just think fighting for everyone to have equal rights, equal opportunities, and making sure that playing field is equality and equity go hand in hand. You cannot have one without the other.
Okay, so the words mean specific things, and we have two different words because they mean different. It's not like a word game, right? Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay, so if they go hand in hand, but can you explain what's the difference between equity versus equality?
Equity is making sure that,
exactly.
so let's say equality is just kind of giving everyone the same opportunity. Equity is everyone has the same opportunity, but you might not have access to that opportunity because of obstacles in your way. So everyone has access to apply to a job. Not everyone can, let's take colleges. Everyone has access to apply to colleges. Not everyone can afford the application fee. Not everyone can afford a college counselor to make sure they get in. Not everyone can afford tuition, loans, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, and? That's... Okay. I was gonna ask, does she think these things through? But she clearly doesn't. But yeah, if everyone can get into college, regardless of whether or not they can afford it or whatever, you were also talking employment. Like, should the 60 IQ, well, should the like 50 IQ retard be given a job right along there with the 100 IQ functioning person, if it's a job that requires like a lot of detail work or something like that? Like, why not? Like, why wouldn't that also apply? Like, if you're using the argument that like even if you can't afford college, you're deserving of college, why can't the same be said for employment? Like, why wouldn't you hire someone who is grossly unqualified for the job? If your ideal is equity, why wouldn't you hire someone who can't even do the job? Like, aren't they just as deserving of that position then and that money? Like, they're entitled to it because we want everyone to be equal.
Equity, yes.
Equity is scholarships not applied on race.
Yes.
Your socioeconomic status.
You can see her face change as soon as I say not applied on race.
Yes.
Your socioeconomic.
Equity is
scholarships not applied on race.
Yes.
Your socioeconomic status.
You can see her face change as soon as I say not applied on race. She's like, wait, hold up. To her, the important component is skin color. You can't take that out of the equation. And this is where she starts to get upset.
So like my students, I used to be a teacher. My students.
Exactly, Beer. Yes, I say it all the time, but like equity is and egalitarianism and all that, how it's applied is crab in the bucket, pulling everyone down to the lowest common denominator for sure.
Taught students that came from like nothing. And the problem with equity is that it's only applying that socioeconomic advantage based on skin color, because they're saying this group, because a group.
I disagree. As someone who just graduated and went through the scholarship opportunities, there's opportunities, specific scholarships for people of color, for Italians, which I am, which I don't consider myself an oppressed class. There's scholarships for low-income people. Every single demographic, there is a way to give a boost up for.
Is there a scholarship for white people?
So I guess I'm just curious. I don't understand why we break people down into groups based on race.
We shouldn't. But that's where we always have
We shouldn't, says the DEI pusher.
been. The whole point of, I guess, is to level that. It's to make it.
Yeah. I'm not saying there's no place for someone with 60 IQ. I'm saying if the job requires specific work and a 60 IQ does not qualify you for that, should you get that job? And the answer is clearly no, because you're not qualified. But by her logic of everyone deserves college, why wouldn't that 60 IQ person also be deserving of the job he or she is unqualified for? I'm not saying don't take care of them. I'm saying don't put them in positions they're not actually qualified for, because that's retarded.
So we get to a point where those groups don't matter. But right now, for bad people, they matter.
Dude,
so
I love how every single time this is the argument. Well, okay, yeah, racism is bad, but we need racism to solve the racism. Down the line we won't, but for now we need to do bad thing. But you get why you say it's a sign of strength when properly managed? What you mean? Sign of good society should be finding a place for it. Yeah. But my point was that that's not what she's advocating for.
we have to overcorrect it to make it an even playing field to then eventually down the line, everyone is exactly equal. No one needs an extra boost because they haven't been disenfranchised.
It's not gonna happen.
Into it, and I appreciate you having this conversation. I mean this honestly, because you just admitted that it's a bad thing what we're doing.
Yeah,
it's a bad thing what we were doing. I mean, previously when people weren't hired because of their race, because of their gender, because of their sexual orientation.
I agree. Racism is bad, but I don't think implementing racism is to get over racism is logical.
It's not racism. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say this and you can debate it. You can't be racist against white people.
Clap. A good follow-up here, just to shift the thing, is, and I'm surprised, I'm not sure I've heard this, but a good follow-up to you can't be racist against white people is not even to try to debate the issue, because they're already locked in and convinced on that. It's, can you be racist against Asians? Like, again, it's annoying. It's annoying that that talking about white people as a collective group, aside from saying that you can discriminate against them, is so verboten that it will shut down any argument there. So you literally can't. Well, okay, you can try, but basically you cannot engage on the actual topic of that you can be racist against white people. Like, it's a no-go. It's a non-starter. But hitting them with, okay, can you be racist against Asians? They're probably going to say that you can, and then you ask why when they perform better in a lot of these metrics and face some of the same discrimination by DEI programs. So you just dodge the white people entirely and go, well, okay, so let's say for the sake of argument, you can't be racist against white people. Can you be racist against Asians? I'd love to hear an answer to that one.
Prejudice against white people, racism implies a power imbalance that white people have the advantage over.
You can't. So it's, where'd you learn that?
That's any bullying, any kind of form of, it's about a power imbalance. It's punching up versus punching down. Where did I learn that? I went to school. I went to university. I do research.
So I thought racism was treating people differently based upon the color of their skin.
I mean, on the very basics, yes, but there is the aspect of it.
You can't be racist unless there's a power imbalance.
Because it's the same thing with bullying. It's like, it's punching up versus
Why do we
punching
have a
down.
different word for racism versus bullying?
Because racism is bullying on the impression of race.
So it is race. It's not. So you can be racist against a specific.
When there is a bully, you have a small guy and a big guy. Even if that small guy is
Not
trying
necessarily.
to bully the big guy, there is not that same power
But you
imbalance.
see, what you're doing is you're categorizing an entire group of people as
And
a
what if it's a lot of little guys?
little guy versus a big guy. How's that not racist?
Because it's systematically how it's always been. To this day,
How do you? But you're making a judgment on someone based on the color of their skin.
that's not what I said.
You just said it's always been that way. You are this thing because of.
No, I said it's always been, people have always treated others that way.
Aren't you doing that though?
No.
You just said someone with this skin color has a hierarchy of power.
Yes. I am
are
a
treating
white
them
person,
differently
so I
based
have
on the color of
inherently
their skin.
privilege.
You can judge yourself, but you can't judge others based on the color of skin without being racist.
Yes, I agree. That's not what I said at all.
You said white people have a automatic
There is a
power.
white privilege. That doesn't mean I'm judging them. Privileged, you having privilege doesn't mean I judge you for that privilege. It's how you use that privilege.
You are judging them based on the color.
Also, like this idea that there's a power dynamic. Okay, but you're saying white people get a special carve out where you can't be racist against them, which means you can be racist against them. But also, you're trying to set up laws and actually have that disadvantage white people. Like you can get not hired for a job just because you're white. Doesn't that imply some level of power when you guys are the ones fucking writing the rules of society? So doesn't that, by definition, by your own definitions, mean you can in fact be racist against white people because you clearly have power over white people because you can discriminate against them in jobs?
I'm not.
How are you arriving at...
Technically that's illegal? No, it's not. It's actually illegal to, I mean, again, if you're talking constitutionally, it is, but it's often actually illegal the other way. It's illegal to hire too many white people, is how the a lot of the laws are in practice.
The conclusion that they have privilege, though.
Because that's just how it is.
Yeah.
That there's no way to arrive
You
to
see
that.
what happened? You just say it's just how it is.
That is.
So
I'm
when
sorry.
people say, well, black people have to use separate water fountains, because that's just how it is. I'm sorry.
If that's how you want to take it, that's how you want to take it.
And you don't think you can advance any more on that? But...
I really don't want to.
Right. Well, thank you.
Of course.
Keep in mind, this is an event that is designed for students to come together to have difficult conversations and disagree. If I'm being too insensitive in this interaction, then what's the point of the event?
That was wild. Thank you for watching, everybody. Like, comment, and subscribe. You know the thing. Have a good one. Peace. Yeah, that was something. No, it's all good. I know. And no, you are correct that by the values of the country, by the Constitution, that those things should not be allowed, just like the infringements on the Second Amendment that we currently live under, and all the privacy and security shit they're trying to push as well. Is a bunch of that is unconstitutional and illegal, but they do it anyway. So it's illegal, but it's also legal because it's baked right into the legal system. It's bad laws, but they are laws. All right, I did want to watch one more because it's from the same event. This one, and yep, it's getting late and I'm getting tired. No, I you're fine. And I always like having people to bounce off of in chat too. So even if you were being like a little confrontational, like if it got too much, I'd be like, yeah, whatever. Let's chill here. But no, I I like people who want to talk about things in chat. It's how we do things. Just tired enough to play League Classic? No. No. We're going to do 1 or 2 more videos. Ahoy, we just watched the other video where a interviewee ran out on him at this event. Let's go ahead and see what else we got here.
I sat down with a student and asked him if we're issuing scholarships based on race rather than socioeconomic status, how is that not racist?
The white student isn't going.
Is this the same conversation? I mean, it's clearly a different guy. The other one was a woman, but like, is this just going to be on the same topic?
They get the same boost, even though they have just as little in this scenario.
In some cases, that's true.
So how is that not racist?
I tend to believe that racism against white people is not really a concern.
Bruh, that's even worse. That's even worse. At least if you've been brainwashed into thinking you can't be racist against white people, that's like a get out of jail free card, because you're like, well, it's not racism, it's whatever, it's necessary and it's not racist because you can't be racist against white people. That is retarded, but at least a more, if you actually believe it, a more moral stance than you can be racist against white people, but it's not worth being concerned about. I'm an anti-racist, presumably probably also another DEI advocate, but yeah, so you can be racist against white people, and I'm an anti-racist activist, but fuck white people. That's insane.
The same boost, even though they have just as little in this scenario.
In some cases, that's true.
So how is that not racist?
I tend to believe.
But yeah, and also, so yeah, I'm glad he did actually answer the question to something resembling an answer, but you'll also notice that he said, I tend to believe too, like, so he's kind of hedging, he's kind of just, I expected the answer to be more vague, but then he does actually go into just, you can be racist against white people, but fuck them.
That racism against white people is not really a concern.
I talked to multiple people and the same pattern occurred. It's okay to be racist to white people. The same thing happens as the journalist in the last video, and he shuts down the conversation.
I don't really
just
see
said
that.
it's okay. It's okay to be racist to white people.
Okay, so I think you're taking my words and interpreting them to fit your viewpoint.
No,
which I don't
that's what you said.
necessarily agree with in this case, but I think we can bring them to fit your viewpoint.
Okay.
Which I don't necessarily agree with in this case, but I think we can move on.
Okay, no, you can't move on. Is it okay to be racist against white people? Like, when someone says something like that, you gotta pound them on it. You said it. You're saying you want to move on now. No, the question is, the obvious follow-up question here is, well, okay, you're saying that I'm misinterpreting it. Is it okay to be racist against white people?
Okay, which part did I do that? Like, can you clarify for me?
I'm
no, not if you're white. You can't be pro-white because that's bad and icky. Anyone else can be. I like the joke. I'm a proud black man, said the black man. I'm a proud Asian man, said the Asian man. I'm a proud Hispanic, said the Hispanic man. I'm a proud white, said the racist.
To be honest, how long is this?
We can end it whenever you want. Like I'm just trying to follow your logic.
Yeah,
Is this as far as you can go?
This might be as far as I can go.
Trying to take it easy on this guy because he's a nice guy. This is not personal. It's about the logic, not the person. But this continues to happen.
Guy too?
The way I guess I would think about it is, I think what you're talking about is sort of the tangible effects in that socioeconomic sense.
My understanding is racism is treating people differently based upon the color of their skin, saying, nope, you don't get this money because of the color of your skin would be an example of racism.
Sure. And that's not really how I think of it.
Depends. How white is your skin? You're not allowed to be pro-white if you're a white person. Well, actually, just in general, you're not allowed to be pro-white. I don't make the rules. Again, it's okay to be racist against white people. Well, you can't be racist against white people, so you can't be racist for white people either, I guess. White people, we just don't get a race. If you're white, you don't get a race, I guess.
about it.
You don't get to play the game at all. Sorry.
Because I think it's almost a false binary. Yes, obviously there's some zero-sum cases, but I don't think we should necessarily be approaching this from the standpoint of, you know, if we're working to lift up Black or brown Americans who haven't had certain opportunities, then we're doing that. Then we're doing that from the mindset of we should be disadvantaging white Americans.
Oh, what? You really think these people are trying the hardest they can to summon the painter? They're not smart enough for any of that. Like, again, a bunch of people are reading intentionality into this thing. Like, they're brainwashed. These people are not, again, they're not functioning at a fully human level. Like, that, they're not thinking their own thoughts, which I think is a core component of humanity, and they're not doing that.
We're doing that. Then we're doing that from the mindset of we should be disadvantaging white Americans. To me, it's about leveling the playing field.
When you get to the point of the conversation where they realize, oh wait, we are dividing people up based on racial groups and assigning scholarships or advantage rather than socioeconomic status.
Man.
The same thing happens as the journalist in the last video, and he shuts down the conversation.
Well, it is about the reality of the situation. History affects the present.
Yeah, but the white kid who has nothing, their reality is the same.
I'm not saying. I'm talking about
them the money.
So I'm talking about DEI policies specifically.
Right.
I think in situations where you are potentially a white person who doesn't have a lot going for you, don't have a lot of money, and you've suffered a lot of hardship, I think there should be additional methods to make sure they're getting help.
Because you just mentioned that racism doesn't apply to white people.
I said, well, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to additional programs to make sure that
that's what I'm trying to explore. That's
socioeconomic.
what jumped out at me. Because if racism doesn't apply to white people, then you can give the money to the non-white. Like, you can say, no, you're white, you don't get aid, and there's nothing wrong. Like, that would have to be the logical modality you would adopt in order to implement this policy. And that's my point, is that that's the problem that I'm encompassing with DEI. It's the only example of systemic racism anyone's been able to provide to me. Because this is systemically racist, and you just admitted that.
I don't really
you just
see
said
that.
It's okay. It's okay to be racist.
Okay, so I think you're taking my words and interpreting them to fit your viewpoint. I tend to believe that racism against white people is not really a concern. Okay, so I think you're taking my words and interpreting them to fit your viewpoint.
Okay.
Which I don't necessarily agree with in this case, but I think we can move on.
Again, when someone says we can move on, if they've goofed up that badly, you gotta pound them on it.
Okay, which part did I do that? Can you clarify it for me?
Yeah. Okay, good. Clarify.
I'm gonna be honest. How long is this?
Oh!
You can end it whenever you
Oh my God!
Can you clarify it for me?
I'm gonna be honest. How long is it?
Holy shit! This is already worth almost 4 minutes in, and this is more brutal than the entirety of that female journalist that we just watched, and that was really bad too. We were just talking about they're not thinking and like not engaged on a fully human level and brainwashed cultists, and yeah, I'm not being disabused of that notion. This is crazy.
We can end it whenever you want. Like,
I don't have an answer and would like you to stop asking questions. Yes, exactly. Hey, DS, how's it going?
I'm just trying to follow your logic.
Yeah,
Is this as far as you can go?
This might be as far as I can go. I'm running out of.
All right, but you're the president of a chapter, man.
Stop interrupting. He's running out of what? Make him finish his thoughts at least. Cognitive dissonance is hurting his brain. Yeah.
Might be as far as I can go. I'm running out of.
All right, but you're the president of a chapter, man, so you should be able to go farther.
Okay.
That's okay.
I think we're done.
Okay.
But earlier in the conversation, we were talking about trans women competing in women's sports because it's a specific group. Their feelings are more important.
So I understand those claims, but I tend to lean more towards the side that, allowing people to feel comfortable and play sports and not face that treatment that, whether intentionally or not, can leave you feeling left out, feeling different. I think that's typically worth avoiding.
Suddenly, fairness is extremely important. He tries to argue there's no real harm. So I point out a specific example I had with one of my students that broke her leg playing field hockey. And in that same game, another girl on the team broke her hand. There was 2 injuries in that one game, both to the same biologically male player. And he dismisses this as, accidents just happen in sports.
Because I ran into this personally where I was teaching before starting YouTube, and I had a student, it was like an A-roll student, and I broke her hand playing field hockey against a biological male who was playing in women's field hockey. And we had 2 players on the team. Another girl broke her leg. So what would you say to them, though?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll be honest, it's not something I've heard as a widespread problem. I think there are always going to be isolated incidents. However, I think sports injuries in general are something that can happen in really any
more
setting.
of what you tolerate, yes. We can have men's sports and men's sports.
Okay, so we can see what ideological capture looks like.
Yes.
What would rational look like? Let's take a look at a different student when I ask her the exact same question. Okay, are you familiar with anything?
Nope.
With either of us? Okay, what are your thoughts on DEI?
My thoughts on DEI? I think it's great. I think it's a wonderful idea. I think that the execution I'm a little fuzzy on. I think I'd rather see capable, qualified individuals. I also think that we need to acknowledge that there is disparity and that we need to try to create more diversity of thought and true diversity of thought, and not just you fit this box because you're a person of color, or you fit this box because your parents made less than X amount of money per year and you should be in this spot because of X, Y, and Z. Like, you should be in this spot because you're capable and you have potential. And we need to cultivate that in you and create you to become a person who's executing and doing all the wonderful things that everybody else does.
Wow, I agree with you. It's amazing the difference between people as I speak to them. So you're the president of a chapter?
I am.
Okay, at your college, how is DEI discussed?
Oh my gosh, wow. Well, so I'm part of a conservative county, a liberal city, and a liberal college. In our student government, there is a position crafted for DEI. Like, you are elected to represent diversity, equity, and inclusion at the student government level. I personally don't really understand what their job is. I couldn't tell you. They added a
Many such cases.
justice at the beginning of that because the student was getting made fun of. So now she's a Jedi. Justice, diversity, equity, inclusion. Again, I couldn't tell you what her job is, but she's a senator or something. I think that it's depending on the department you're in, actually, and the major you have, people have diverse opinions about this. If you go to any of the students who are studying anything agriculturally related, or farming related, or trade related, you'll find that they're not a big fan of DEI. And then
Look
anybody
at
who's
her actually thinking things through and talking to people. It's insane.
any other fields is a proponent of it, but I don't think that they thought critically enough about what that actually looks like in practicality. I think it's great as an idea. Sure, should we make our communities more diverse and should we be inclusive? Yeah, but like I'm not gonna.
Why? Why though?
Compromise and exclude people to try to include other people. It's not. That's ineffective. It's a conundrum. We're walking backwards here.
Yeah, I agree. So interesting how someone who has thought it through versus other people.
Yep.
I'm excited to watch this on YouTube now. Now that you said that, I'm.
Again, she's still got a couple of things I disagree with, like diversity for the sake of diversity is I don't get that. Like I'm not even saying keep people out, but just like she was talking about hiring the most qualified people for the job, why wouldn't you also want a community of the most qualified people who are going to fit in best? And that probably is going to, just because of how people mesh, that probably is going to be somewhat racially similar. I'm not saying exclude non-whites or anything like that, but it probably will not be a equal representation. So if you're in favor of that in the workplace, why wouldn't you be in favor of that in the community too? So yeah, she's got very impressive, especially compared to the journalist and the other guy in this video. Very impressive. She has thought through a lot, but there's still some things that she hasn't thought through, and I'm guessing doesn't even realize she hasn't thought through.
Go back and
I've had two interesting ones before you.
I'm just going to say this and you can debate it. You can't be racist against white people. You can be prejudiced against white people. Racism implies a power imbalance.
Where'd you learn that?
Yeah. Oh, her position is better than most people at this event for sure, and probably most people in general, because that was sadly, it's sad that that's the bar, which again is not even hating on her. She did fine, but she exhibited more thinking skills than most people. Like, she has thought through her processes. So even though she got some things, in my opinion, wrong, no, that is above average right there.
That's just how it is. That there's no way to arrive to that.
What happened? You just say it's just how it is.
That is.
So
I'm
when
sorry.
people say, well, black people have to use separate water fountains, because that's just how it is. I'm sorry.
If that's how you want to take it, that's how you want to take it.
I don't really
You just
see
said
that.
it's okay. It's okay to be racist.
Okay, so I think you're taking my words and interpreting them to fit your viewpoint.
Okay.
Which I don't necessarily agree with in this case, but I think we can move on.
Okay, which part did I do that? Like, can you clarify it for me?
I'm gonna be honest. How long?
We can end it whenever you want. Like I'm just trying to follow your logic.
Yeah,
Is this as far as you can go?
This might be as far as I can go.
And you don't think you can advance any more on that?
I really don't want to.
Right. Well, thank you.
Of course.
Oof. All right, that was fun. Thank you for watching. Like, comment, and subscribe. You know the thing. Peace. All right, do we watch one more? Possibly. And let me see who's online. Prep some raids. Okay, cool. See some people online. Yep. Oh, cool. Okay. I think we probably... We'll see. All right. Yeah, let's do one more. Did I see the Holy Ball video yet? No, I still need to do my catch up on Community Reacts. And interestingly enough, it looks like I think the full anime squad now has videos out too. So I'll probably do, maybe tomorrow and the day after, I'll do I'll still be yapping, but I'll do some community reacts as well, and I'll try to do one day where we hit up the Okno, Nightway, Wasabi, Gravy, Holy Ball group. That's the anime squad, and then we'll also do the other community members as well. But yeah, no, I've heard good things about the Holy Ball video. I've seen some of it. I want to, just as it was floating around, but I want to do a full react to it for sure. Alrighty. But yeah, let's go ahead and do one more video here, and then we'll raid out. Ahoy. As always, when it's Hassan stuff, I'm like, whatever. But it's the value that he provides is his crash outs, and that's about it. Let's go ahead, check it out.
Hey, Sketchroff here.
Hi,
so it looks
Rev.
like the amazing political pundit Hassan Piker has once again exercised his amazing wit to back two more candidates in the Florida primaries. These two socialist candidates, well, they lost, and they lost bad. In fact, they got absolutely curb stomped in the polls, much to the chagrin of Hassan Piker, who predictably crashed out, including on his own viewers, saying that he hates his own job, and yada, yada, yada. A lot of this is very ironic, given the fact that literally hours before the results, Hassan was mocking people like Asmongold for showing support for a losing candidate in this Florida primary. Well, fast forward to the actual results, and the people that Hassan backed up, including the socialist Oliver Larkin, they got absolutely destroyed. It wasn't even close. And of course, not doing any sort of victory speech, not thanking anyone, the winning candidate instead mocked Hassan. That was the first reaction.
Oh! That's amazing. Okay. Son of a...
The winner of this Democratic primary, they went on to Twitter, directly tagged Hassan, and mocked him, and said, "My condolences." Unfathomably based, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you know he's going to crash out over that, but people ask the question, like those at Rolling Stone.
Dude, it's so cringe.
Why is everyone scared of Hassan Piker? Well, besides Kaya and brothel workers who...
Like I said in one of the earlier ones, like, Hassan is terrible. He has terrible opinions. He's done terrible things. He's also just freaking cringe. Like, it's just, he's painful.
Should be naturally afraid of Hassan. I think the only person who should be more afraid is anyone who is a Democrat primary candidate, because anyone he backs is almost destined for a loss, and that's exactly what happened. He was 0 for 2 in Florida, and like I said, it wasn't even close. So let's see these sort of efforts that Hassan was doing. His sycophants posting, memes like this that apparently are going to get people out to vote for socialists like Oliver Larkin and Elijah Manley.
What are we doing?
And, well, how'd that turn out? Not so great. But the same accounts are proudly posting that Hassan Piker's community phone bank made over 125,000 calls in 2 hours for Oliver Larkin. Wow.
Okay.
Amazing stuff. Too bad they lost by 30%. An absolute bloodbath. It turns out the average American citizen does not like socialism. In fact, those are the results.
As we've been saying, unfortunately, it is more popular than it should be, and probably will continue to grow because normies are disillusioned with the modern right and are normies, so they don't think things through. So they're like, well, we must go to the left then. The left must be right about things because the right is wrong. So we're gonna be socialists. So yeah, I'm glad some of these socialists are losing, but we also have ones that are not, like Mamdani, of course. Yeah, and people are concerned. I don't think they're concerned enough. It's wild that actual socialists are getting in big positions of power. We got to stop that.
With Oliver Larkin only getting 35% of the votes in this primary. And oh, don't forget about the other socialist candidate that Hassan backed up, Elijah Manley, who only got 13%.
Okay. It's against Debbie Wasserman Schultz in Florida, though, and that's an incumbent. There's probably massive fraud there. I'm not saying he should have won, and he'd lose anyway just against an incumbent, but yeah, this one means pretty much nothing. I know nothing about this guy, but yeah, incumbent Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Florida. Now that shit's locked the fuck in.
Yeah, a combined 47% for 2 different primary races. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. Like, a lot of people are left by default. Like, basically, unless you grow up in a conservative family, you're probably, and like, especially if you're going to public school and you're not born in a conservative family, you're probably going to be. It depends on the location culture, the regional culture, and too, but a lot of people, and especially in the most populous places, the big populous states tend to be blue states. You've got like California and New York. You're going to be having a lot of people who are just left by default. Like they don't think things through, and then later on in life hopefully realize, oh wait, yeah, there were things that I just took for granted that don't actually make sense. I've been there.
Ladies and gentlemen, and of course, Hassan.
I was never left, I guess, but I was definitely liberal. Blame the schools. Yeah, I was liberal, and I'm still libertarian, but I was a liberal coming at it from a libertarian perspective. So some of my politics have not changed. Many of the other ones have, where I'm like, okay, because yeah, now I am more conservative while still having libertarian leanings. But yeah, so no, I don't think I would ever classify myself as like a leftist, but I hung out with a bunch of leftists, and I still would. Like, I mean, again, I don't believe in cutting people off just because of their opinions. Like, if they're the kind of leftist who wants me dead, I'm not going to hang out with them, but I can get along with people. But yeah, no, I myself was never a leftist, but I was liberal and somewhat close to a leftist, probably. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, no, I was liberal.
Immediately crashed out over these results.
Ballot consequences, I think, for Larkin, too.
Nixon leading in Broward County by 10 points.
Okay, where the is the... Someone link me to Larkin!
I just want to...
Elijah lost already?
Folks, because we're good.
Yeah, Debbie Wasserman Schultz at 50%.
We're going to do a hit here.
Elijah gets 12%. Dale Holness. Debbie Wasserman Schultz wins. Florida House 20. Holness got second place with 21%. It was not even close. Right here? Jared Moskowitz wins on Decision Desk at 63% of the vote with Oliver Larkin 34. It's not a bad showing overall.
Not a bad showing.
Now, you're right. It is not good news for Vindman. I do want to ask you, I'm sorry if you already made this point. Do we know some of this early vote or the vote that you have right now, is it the early vote, is it the mail-in vote, or are these votes today? No, that's right. That's what they do in Florida. I'll give you an example here in Broward County. You see about 2/3 of the vote is now counted. That's
Florida's
early vote, that's vote by mail. All of these counties get that ready, and they report it out very quickly after
64% vote by mail.
Polls closed.
Florida is not unsavable. This is a very strong showing, straight up. Oliver Larkin, Elijah Manley, they got no national endorsements whatsoever. Are you crazy?
Yeah, it turns out the average American voter really doesn't like socialism. Socialism is unpopular. It might be popular among the terminally online and the wackadoos, but no, at the end of the day, this is something that is not popular among the American...
Again, can't get complacent, though. Can't get complacent.
...voters, despite how many people on social media claim socialism is going to cure all of their problems. It's just not how it translates in the actual voting.
Yeah, like I said, I do fear, unfortunately. I thought it was fading. I thought were on the way to defeating it, but I do think socialism may be on the rise again. We'll just have to wait. We'll wait and see is the wrong phrase, because again, it needs to be fought. You can't just let them do that shit. But yeah, I do think socialism could be on the rise.
But there's another layer of irony that I pointed out in this video, where Hassan, just hours before finding out that both of his candidates he backed lost in the Florida primary, he was mocking Asmongold for showing just verbal supports of one of the Republican nominees who lost, saying that they have no movement, they have absolutely no political influence whatsoever. But then Hassan finds out that he lost. Both of these socialist candidates that he backed got absolutely destroyed in the polls. But Hassan's nightmare got even worse and much funnier. So here is the winning.
Look, and also, we've talked this before, because and this goes for everyone involved there, Asman and Fuentes and Tucker and Hassan, a bunch of if we're measuring endorsement strength, a bunch of it is also going to come down to tactics as well. Like, if you're endorsing just people you like or someone against someone you don't like, you're going to have a worse record than if you just support someone to either that is already winning or to try to push them over the hill. Like, if you support a 50-50 candidate hoping that your thing, like, that one was 7%, but that's not all going to come from them. So let's say you can only push like 1 or 2%. If you put your weight behind like a 50-50 candidate, you might be able to push them over with your endorsement or something like that. But if you're endorsing someone that you know is not going to win, like, that's not a indictment on your political movement. It doesn't matter how popular you are. You're not going to get that 7% candidate to 51% or whatever they need. It wouldn't be 51 because you've probably got multiple people in there, but you're not going to get that to over like the 40% or 45% or whatever of the winner. It's just not going to happen. So yeah, it is one important thing to keep in mind, like, because again, that goes for everyone. Like, people have been like, oh, Asman can't pick winners or whatever. It's like, or so and so Tucker can't pick or whatever. It's like they're picking based on who they want to win or against someone they don't want to win. It's different than just like people say Trump has this amazing track record. Trump's candidate picks are often just terrible, and he'll throw his weight behind the person he knows is going to win anyway, even if they're not in line with his politics. And look, I get that. I've talked about this before too. It's clever because it keeps your political capital. Having a strong track record like Trump does is a strength, because when you need it, you can whip it out, and it will look like you have more political weight behind that than you might actually. So you can kind of psyop people like that. It preserves your political capital. Whereas if you're just throwing it around at people who can't win, you're going to look worse for that. So optically, I totally get what's going on here. But yeah, I'm kind of rambling, but it just is interesting that, like, when you see, oh, Asmongold can't even get 7%, it's like, that's not all from him anyway. Yes, of course Trump has a larger influence than these people I'm talking about. I'm just saying the tactic is also very different, how they're doing things. You think socialism or a lot of socialist policies have a lot of support? Yeah, and it does seem to be growing. But yeah, I think these were kind of fringe candidates.
Democrat nominee who, instead of going on to social media to thank his supporters or anything like that, he decided to call out Hasan. This hilarious. Was his first reaction to winning, and it is so funny. He says, "My condolences to @Hasan Piker."
Amazing.
Absolutely based, ladies and gentlemen, and the replies, they're loving it, okay? Absolute legend. You had my vote. My condolences to Kaya. She doesn't deserve this, guys. Prayers for Kaya. It's going to be a very rough couple of weeks if this stuff continues, okay? Prayers for Kaya. Let's keep her safe. Another one saying, poor Kaya. What a blowout. Wasn't even close. Hasan Piker shocked his dog. You know what? No matter how many losing candidates he backs, he'll ultimately be known more for shocking his dog. That is Hasan's legacy.
Brutal.
My man. They call it the Mike from CP difference. Yeah, they call this the Mike from PA and Hasan difference. Yep. Whenever they back a candidate, they're almost destined for failure. But of course, Hasan does not know what accountability is, and he is really Schrodinger's streamer, right? It's not just with his race where one day he's legacy, white, the next day he's brown. It's the same thing with his status as a political pundit. One day, he's a very serious political pundit. Typically, when things are going his way,
votes.
But when things don't go his way,
I don't know. In some cases, if it gets a lot of traction, I'd imagine he might have negative impact. But yeah, I don't know.
He suddenly,
like I said, the candidates he was throwing his weight behind weren't going to win anyway, as far as I could tell.
Just a Twitch streamer.
But yeah, I don't think it helped.
Crazy. He won his race. And the first thing he's got, the first person...
Dude, let the man meme. Come on, that was hilarious. Let the man meme.
He has on his mind is a fucking Twitch streamer, dude. I'm just reposting
it. Gotcha.
Dog. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. What are you thinking?
And he's apparently a freaking meme lord. If you can do it, he can do it. What the heck?
Thinking about me after winning your fucking primary.
These people so much fucking cope.
Guys, he's just a humble Twitch streamer. He's just a Twitch streamer, guys. Yeah, it's so funny. Like I said, whenever things are going his way, he's a serious political pundit. But when things don't go his way, he's just a humble Twitch merchant, guys. Like, he's just a guy, you know, he's just a streamer. Who cares? Yeah, it's totally ridiculous. But he wasn't done. He would also add in a quote to Jared saying, it's pretty wild that his first...
That's funny. Okay, and I'm curious. Dang, I wish that said... I was curious about the timing, because yeah, he retweets it on its own, but then can't help but go back and talk about it too.
Yeah, it's totally ridiculous. But he wasn't done. He would also add in a quote to Jared saying, "It's pretty wild that his first thought was a prominent critic of Israel before even thanking his constituents." LMAO. Really worried about his genocidal emotional support apartheid state.
Okay, once again, Hassan not beating the Mossad agent allegations, which is mostly coming from me because I think it's fucking funny. But yeah, way to bring it to Israel, which is just Hassan makes the anti-Israel side just look insane. He is a weight around their neck, and so he clearly works for Israel. Mossad agent
I'm sorry.
Hassan.
This reply is perfect. One buzzword after another. I mean, that is jam-packed. It's almost impressive, the amount of buzzwords that Hassan packed into a 3-line tweet. It's actually impressive, the level this guy goes to, but...
Yes, because his handlers have high verbal IQ.
He wasn't done yet. So it was reported by Politico that in a call, he is genuinely worried about this candidate's mental well-being after he was mocked. Okay? Hassan saying, I'm genuinely concerned for his mental well-being. I think he should stop
Israel is punctuation to Hassan.
Posting on the internet and focus on defeating the Republican in his newly redistricted congressional seats. Yeah, you know what? When it comes to putting the phone down and stop tweeting so much and being obsessed with social media, I think the call's coming from inside the house, buddy. Like, you are the #1 person who should not be telling people that they're online too much. But anyways, the crash outs weren't done. He was mad at his chat, and that's really expected. Nothing gets him angrier than his own chat. The creation that he has produced, this rabid set of sycophants who are mad at him because he's not extreme enough, and in this case, he's just letting it rip. He hates his life, he hates his job, he hates everything.
Here we go.
We treat every white man as though they're a pedophile? No, of course not. That's not how anything works. We don't just
this crash out was promised to me 3,000 years ago.
Automatically assume that like every white guy is Jeffrey Epstein, right? That's not how it goes. Every time I bring this up, chat has to literally go, yes! God, I fucking hate my job today. On days like this, I just fucking hate my job. I hate this. I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah, just remember, Hassan Piker is the same guy who basically said that streaming is harder than a regular 9-to-5 job, and this meme right here really encapsulates how insane and tone-deaf this man is, but it's been a very rough, how insane...
A real job doesn't suck the soul out of you in the same way that streaming absolutely will. You're a fucking communist. Don't you want everyone to have real jobs? Like, isn't that the labor there too? Oh my god. Oh,
and tone deaf
I don't know how you ever
this
lived
man
that
is,
down.
but it's been a very rough couple of weeks for Hassan. As I've stated, his dream is to be taken as a serious political pundit, and he's getting that, but just not the way he expected, where he is a blight. Anything he's associated with takes a massive hit. Whether they lose their primaries, I mean, he's like 1 for 8 at this point, and even in the cases where the candidate he backs wins, their favorability among voters completely tanks after the connection to Hassan Piker becomes a more known connection. And yeah, you know what? Unfortunately, it's a monkey's paw situation with Hassan. He got his wish, just not the way that he expected. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. If you guys enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing, and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams every week live here on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
What he said, like, comment, and subscribe. You know the thing. Peace. Okay, let's see if people are still online to raid out, and then we'll get out of here. Okay, we got 1. We got 2. And yeah, we got 3. Okay, cool. All right, let me set that up. Basically, on Rumble and Kick, we are going to... Oh, let me check YouTube as well. I didn't... Oh, there's a way to see who's live. That's not it. Yeah, no, it's rough out here for a streamer. Okay. All right. So yeah, let me get these raids set up. All right. Rumble. Where are we? Where are we? There we go. Rumble, I'm going to be sending you over to Silas's stream. All right, have a good one. Okay, there we go. And Kick, I will also be sending you over to Silas. I need to find more people on Kick. I've just got like 2 on right now, but yeah, we'll send you over to Silas as well. Kick, why can't I had this happen before. Okay, cool, I can raid. All right, we'll raid you out as well. And then that should leave... I don't think I'm going to send YouTube over anywhere. YouTube, you can kind of just find the channels yourself and pick between Silas and Lusty Links, who I'm going to send out on the other one. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. I'm here, sort of. All right, that'll do it. Have a good one. Have a good one, everybody. Peace. Yep, my pleasure as always. Catch you later. Peace.